Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Today is Monday, May 6th, 2024, and we are here for a public hearing discussion item, a continuation from our April 22nd, 2024 hearing. As is our tradition, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we are here to continue our land use hearing regarding the Thornton Water Project Segment 4, 1041 permit file number 23-Zone 3584. This is a continuation of the hearing that we had on April 22nd. My name is John Kafalis, Commissioner from District 1. I am joined by my fellow commissioners, Kristen Stevens from District 2, Jody Shattuck McNally from District 3. We also have Deirdre Sullivan from the Clerk and Recorder's Office, providing backup there. And she takes notes and records the meeting, make sure it's all very public. Across the way, we have two folks from our County Attorney's Office, Frank Haug and Bill Rasu, our County Attorney. And then I think at this time I'll turn it over to Rebecca, and you can introduce yourself and your colleagues, and we'll go from there.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and everyone who is attending or watching the meeting tonight. My name is Rebecca Everett, Community Development Director. I'm joined up here at the staff table by John Barnett, our environmental planner, and Jenny Oxmaker, our planning manager. Across the way, we have Leah Schneider with our health department and Stephen Rothwell with engineering, as well as Christine Lucassen from our county attorney's office, and Melissa Brusky and Shalana Lysat up front as well. I'm going to go over some of the standard procedures for our hearing tonight, as well as talk about where we are in the proceedings for the Thornton Water Project 1041 permit application specifically. So first, we respectfully request that all members of the audience please silence any electronic devices. Please help yourself to a copy of the agenda and additional materials that are up front of the hearing room and also located online in the agenda packet. We will be proceeding with public comment tonight. Please note if you are next to speak, please quietly make your way up to the front of the room to conserve time. We will be showing on screen the list of commenters in order so you can see where you are on the list. Please wait to speak until you are recognized by the chair and direct your comments to the commissioners from the podium. Please maintain civility, refraining from any audience applause, comments, or disruptions. We do have a portable microphone available if needed, as well as assisted listening devices for the hearing impaired, so please just let a staff member know if you need access to either of those accommodations. Please state your name at the beginning of your comments and provide the spelling of your name if it's unique. And please speak directly into the microphone so that everyone in the room and our participants online can hear. For those who are attending this meeting on Zoom, you will be muted until you are recognized by the chair. And if you wish to provide a public comment, we will ask you at the appropriate time to raise your hand. Press the raise hand button on Zoom, and that will indicate that you are wanting to speak. Finally, if the Board of County Commissioners has any legal questions during the hearing, they may elect to go into what's called an executive session with the county attorney. Executive sessions are private meetings where the board can get confidential legal advice. So, if that occurs, rather than asking everyone in attendance to exit the hearing room, the board will relocate at that time to a smaller private room for the length of the executive session. All right, next I'd like to briefly summarize what happened at the April 22nd hearing for this project and demonstrate where we are at in the hearing procedures at this time. One moment while I share my screen. Bring that up. All right, so this slide shows the overview of the procedures in order for this hearing that began on Monday, April 22nd. So We have completed the first few steps of this procedure, starting with an introduction and overview of the process, a presentation about the project and the review criteria for a 1041 permit by Larimer County staff, followed by a presentation from the applicant about the project itself. We began public testimony on April 22nd, and that is the step in the process where we are at now. So public testimony will continue tonight. Everyone who wishes to speak who has not already provided verbal testimony will be given 3 minutes to provide their comments. And we did encourage signups in advance, and we collected sign-up information at the door. So we do have a list of people who have signed up to provide public comment tonight. Once public testimony is complete, the applicant team will have a chance to provide rebuttal, and Larimer County staff will have the opportunity to respond to the public comments and to the applicant rebuttal, anything additional that we as staff wish to add. We will then move into questions from the commissioners toward staff and the applicant team. And once all of the commissioners' questions have been answered and that question and answer timeframe is complete, the applicant will have, this is not listed explicitly on the slide here, but I want to call it out, the applicant will have a final opportunity to address any new information that was shared during the question and answer portion of the hearing to ensure that they have had a chance to respond. And then finally, the commissioners will move into deliberation and a decision on the project. We do have this coming Wednesday, May 8th, set aside as an additional hearing date. So if the procedures do not conclude tonight, the hearing may be continued to Wednesday evening to allow the commissioners additional time to complete these steps. That concludes my recap of the last hearing and overview of the proceedings tonight.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'll just add a word or two. So, as has been stated, we will enter into the public comment period and give adequate time for that. Once everyone has had that opportunity, either in person or via Zoom, then we will close the public comment period, and then we'll open it up for the applicant to provide a rebuttal of 30 minutes. Because I think there was an inadvertent communication in the beginning regarding presentation time and rebuttal time, we've determined that it would be appropriate that if there's any new information after the Q&A, the applicants would have additional time, up to 15 minutes, to get them to that 45 minutes if they need it, to respond to any new information. So that's basically that's the plan for today. Public comment, applicant rebuttal, questions from the commissioners, additional rebuttal time if needed, and we'll go from there. As Rebecca stated, we do have Wednesday, May 8th as another hearing date. So I believe that is all I had. Is there anything else, Rebecca, from your staff or anyone?
No, I believe that covers the procedures, and we can talk a little bit more about public comment once we're ready to move into that.
Great. Then we'll begin with the public testimony, public comment portion, and I'll turn it over to you folks with the list, and we'll keep track of things.
Yes, thank you. So because we began public comment on April 22nd, and there were several people who had signed up to speak that evening who either were not in attendance or chose not to speak that evening, we're going to begin by calling out names of people who were on the sign-up list for April 22nd, who may not have, who have not spoken yet. Not all these people may be in attendance tonight, but we'll start with that list and then sign-ups that we've received since that point in time. So I think I will hand it over to Jenny Jenny or Melissa to call out names, and when it is your turn, please come up. As I stated before, if you're next in line, if you could make your way up to the front of the room or raise your hand on Zoom so we can efficiently move to the next person. We will be setting a 3-minute timer that will be up on screen as well. So I believe first up we have Mike Garrett. And just checking to see, I don't see Mike Garrett on Zoom. It doesn't appear that Mike Garrett is in the room. So Melissa, you want to take it from here?
Barry Feldman.
My name is Barry Feldman, Barryfeldman. I live on County Road 56. Thornton has asked that we be good neighbors and allow them to choose the way and the route that they get their water. I don't understand why they choose not to be good neighbors and even consider to use their first choice of the Poudre River through Fort Collins, or B, the Larimer canals in which they have been receiving their water for the past 25 plus years at the properties they own, or C, any other conveyance route other than the one and only acceptable one to them. Using either the river or the existing canals would be being a good neighbor. Some may remember back in 2018, they said the problems that we have with the Poudre was not their responsibility to fix. Whatever problems they may have with alternate routes is not our problem to fix. On a more personal note, County Road 56 has had high capacity 115,000 volt transfer power lines on 80-foot high poles run down our road and across some personal properties, including cutting across cutting the Thompson property in half. They denied any health issues created by these lines, despite National Institute of Health determination that they cause leukemia in children. We only asked that they bury the lines. They said they would if we paid $1 million per extra mile that it costs to do so. They asked for the money up front without noting that the extra million per mile cost was over the 50-year span of the lines. NISP, who refused to use any existing right-of-ways, said they would only construct their pipeline along property lines. Instead, they plan to build across the Thompson property again yet, and through the middle of some properties, including my own and my immediate neighbors. Now Thornton wants to do the same, with up to 3 pipelines once again through the middle of the Thompson property. They also insist that they can stay off private property at the squeeze point between 2 reservoirs when, if not guaranteed, is at the very least a high probability they will have to go through the Anthony property. And they have to know that. I don't trust any of these utility companies, and neither should you. I do not understand why the county planning department or you, the commissioners, have not insisted that Thornton come up with a plan that does not inflict any more hardships on County Road 56.
Barry,
We have been sliced and diced enough
Barry,
with
please wrap
utility
it up.
poles which receive 0 benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Nancy York, followed by George Wallace.
I believe Nancy's online. Nancy, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. Nancy is not raising her hand, so we'll move on to George. Nancy has her hand raised.
Hello?
Nancy, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I have a long history with the Poudre River. and
Nancy,
Tara.
would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Certainly. Nancy York, Fort Collins.
Thank you.
So I was saying I had a long history because I grew up playing in the river as a child. And but I also care very much about the environment. And I wonder if you have calculated the cost in carbon emissions for installing a pipeline. And have you, perhaps, maybe you'll answer that in a minute, but it is a serious consideration, and I hope that we all pay a lot of attention to the climate emergency. It's going to be with us the rest of our lives. So that's my main concern. And that and air emissions other than just the carbon equivalents. So I wish you all the best. Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thanks, Nancy.
Bye.
Next up is George Wallace, followed by Pat Krotzer.
I don't see George here in the room.
No, I don't see.
George is not online.
Up next is Pat Krotzer, followed by Lori Rock.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Pat Krotzer. I live near County Road 56, and I was the County Road 56 representative to the previous Thornton working group. Due to a little bait and switch, the working group was not allowed to provide recommendations, but two things were clear from the preferences stated by county residents. First was that the water should stay in the Poudre River to the county line. Our good neighbors from Thornton should jump at the chance to participate in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to responsibly obtain their rights and help restore this over-appropriated river. Failing that, the second preference is for Thornton to continue to use this historical diversion point into the Larimer County Canal all the way to the county line, as it always has. In Thornton's current application, they utilize the canal to reservoirs 3 and 4, which is 3/4 the distance to the county line, then pipes the water to the county line. Because it takes water to move water, removing water from the canal into the pipeline will certainly impact other shareholders who depend on the canal to receive their shares. By using the canal all the way to the county line, Thornton still gets to utilize the storage in reservoirs 3 and 4 and receive their rights as they always have. I believe you should return to the pre-pandemic rules for public input. While the applicant has nearly limitless opportunities to present their information, answer questions, and rebut public comment, the public is limited to 3 minutes and can neither pool their time nor have organizations representing hundreds, if not thousands, of residents provide information left out or obscured by the applicant. Before the pandemic, organizations like Save the Poudre were allowed large blocks of time to present suitable alternatives backed up by real feasibility studies, and no pipe dreams attorney was allowed to present legal arguments and information. You have not availed yourselves of any of this expert input. It is difficult to sit in the audience and hear the applicant completely misstate a fact and not be able to be recognized by the chair to correct the record. If you haven't physically walked the ground on County Road 56, then I urge you to do so before you vote on the Thornton application. Take along the slides of both the Thornton proposed route and the approved NISP route and look up at the Tri-States power line, and it will soon become apparent that this little corner of Larimer County is being abused with utility easements, none of which benefit the abused. John Thompson's property will have 2 pipelines on it, which appears to violate Colorado Title 37, Article 86, Section 105, which states there will be no land burdened with more than 1 ditch. The bottom line is that Larimer County has never denied Thornton access to its water rights. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Next up is Lori Rock, followed by Chuck Rhodes.
Good evening, Lori.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, Thornton representatives,
and other Larimer County stakeholders. I'm Lori Rock. I live near the corner of State Highway 1 and County Road 56. I signed up to speak last time, but was not successful finding an active Zoom link, and the link on the main page of the county website is view only. Please, next time, put the Zoom link on the screen at the beginning of the meeting so others may join more easily. In reference to the NISP pipeline, the applicant's representatives kept stating that the commissioners approved 2 pipelines that Thornton believed were not as well thought out as their revised plans. Granted, the NISP pipeline route is even worse for Larimer County residents than Thornton's proposal. 2 of the commissioners who voted for the NISP pipeline were not running for re-election, and only Commissioner Kafalis listened to his constituents in the 1st District and voted no. Thornton believes it's being a good neighbor to Larimer County with a slightly better route, and it is relying on the water court ruling to divert water. Just because the previous makeup of the county commissioners voted for the NISP pipeline and the water court ruled a certain way for Thornton doesn't mean either of those decisions are correct now in this instance. The habitat of the current water conveyance, the canal, or the habitat of the river would appreciate Thornton being a good neighbor and not putting in the pipeline. Thornton is using pressure tactics that Larimer County isn't a good neighbor because some of the other segments of the pipeline, segments A through E, with the Larimer County segment being F, are already underway. But if the pictures tell the story, all of those other segments use the I-25 corridor, which is hardly the same as what Thornton is asking of residents and a working farm in our county. Thornton is asking different commissioners for consistency with the approval of the NISP pipeline, which is still in litigation. Gandhi said, "My commitment is not to consistency, but to the truth of what is in the best interest of all the stakeholders, humans, farmers, animals, the river, and natural habitat, is for the water to run through the canal or through the Pooter." In our section of Larimer County, we try to live in harmony with all aspects of Mother Nature. Our dog cornered a skunk in our yard. The skunk, 1/5 the size of Ruby, held her ground, stood in her power, demanded respect, and got it. That is all we are asking. Please stand in your power. Don't be worn down by Thornton pressuring you to do something that's not in the best interest of all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Next up is Chuck Rhodes, followed by Tom McCullough.
I don't see Chuck Rhodes online.
Up next is Tom McCullough, followed by John Norman Jr.
I also don't see Tom McCullough online.
John Norman Jr., you're up, followed by Bobby Norman.
Dear Commissioners,
Wait a second, I'm running the slides. Oh, I'm gonna, how do you run it?
Tell us your name.
Commissioners, if you could just give me one moment, I'm going to share Mr. and Mrs. Norman's slides on screen here.
So Rebecca, while we wait, is this an example where 2 folks are going to?
That's correct, yeah. So the Normans are planning to each take 3 minutes to cover one set of slides here.
And John, when you're ready, please be kind enough to introduce yourself, sir.
Okay.
Thanks.
Commissioners, my name is John Norman Jr., and I'm from Laramie County. And the Thornton pipeline application has to be submitted in its entirety to be considered complete. We believe it is not. It is our understanding that there will be 3 pipelines for the total project, but only details for 1 pipeline is included in the application. All pipelines associated with the project have to be in compliance with all the LUC 10.9.1 requirements before the application can be considered complete. Please deny Thornton's pipeline application since only details are given of one pipeline, not three. Here are other comments on Thornton's not satisfying some of the LUC 10.9.1 requirements. Thornton's water is already leaving Larimer County by way of the WSSC canal. Thornton doesn't need a pipeline. Thornton wants a pipeline. Being able to get the water out of the county is not an issue. If you, our commissioners, are to approve a change in the delivery of water from the existing canal, there should be a great benefit to Laramie County, its constituents, their lifestyle, and the environment. Thornton stated at the April 22 meeting that taking the water down the Poudre River will make cleaning the water too expensive. Therefore, they did not include the Poudre River option in the alternative list. The cost of cleaning the water is not a 1041 or Larimer County concern. Thornton's comment, "It's too expensive to clean the water," is not a valid response to the LUC 10.9.1C. In the 1041 requirements, 10.9.1C states, "The applicant has adequately considered reasonable siting and design alternatives, or shown why such alternatives are not available or not feasible." Thornton has failed to address 10.9.1C with why the Poudre River option is not viable or feasible. Of course, it's available and feasible. The water already goes down the river. Thornton bought water rights only. Thornton did not buy a guarantee of water quality. Thornton did not buy the right to change its water conveyance. Thornton did not buy the right to ignore 1041 requirements because cleaning the water is too expensive or it costs too much to repair the canal. This application is incomplete as it has not satisfied the 10.9.1C requirement. The Thornton Pipeline Project has far more impact on Larimer County lands than just the physical installation of a pipeline. The building of a pipeline will result in the permanent removal of approximately 40 to 50% of the water currently being carried in the WSSC canal. This carries with it.
John, forgive me for interrupting, but the 3 minutes is up. Do you want to transition to your partner?
Yes, my wife will continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your wife.
Commissioners.
Good evening. Hi.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Bobby Norman. Okay, sorry, I've got to get Johnston.
It's all good.
Don't start yet. Let's see. Thornton has not addressed, is that where I'm starting?
Sure.
Okay. Thornton has not addressed the impact on the WSSC canal ecosystems and adjacent property ecosystems as required in the 10.9.1 E, F, and I. Over the last 130 years and 15 plus miles of ecosystems and wildlife habitat, they've been created by the WSSC canal water, not just along the 100-foot canal easement, but along adjacent properties created by canal water leakage. Larimer County is known, where do I point this? Wait a minute. Oh, now I've got to go back. Okay. Where do I point this?
It's right here, but
If you all could help.
it may not reach, so you can also just tell me if you want me to move to the next slide.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back.
Oh, there you go.
Ah, shoot, where? Okay, sorry, people.
And Jenny, thank you for pausing the time.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all good.
Okay.
I think we heard this.
Okay, so go ahead and do it next. Okay, go ahead and do the next one. Okay, That's what I want. Okay, not just along the 100-foot canal easements, but also along adjacent properties created by canal water leakage. Larimer County is known for its abundant wildlife and birds. So many of these birds and animals are connected. Do the next one, would you? There we go. Okay, now. So many of these birds and animals are connected to and dependent on these canals created and supported habitats. The water cannot be taken away without significant consequences to the wildlife and birds. Okay, the next slide, please. What about the survival of any endangered species that may reside in these canal-supported ecosystems? Where is the study to identify these endangered species, and where is the study to analyze the effect this huge water reduction would have on them and their habitats? 1091I states, the proposed project will not have significant impact on natural resources of statewide importance, including critical habitat for threatened and endangered species. 15 to 20 miles of canal-created habitat may contain endangered species. No impact studies have been done to find out. Thornton has not satisfied this requirement. Thornton has not addressed mitigation for 1091E as it pertains to the loss of canal-created habitats. You want to go ahead and next slide. Okay. L1091E states, to the greatest extent possible, applicant has mitigated any impacts to the environment and natural resources and will not significantly degrade the environment or natural resources. No impact studies have been done on the 40 to 50% water reduction in the canals and its effect on canal ecosystems and adjacent ecosystems. There most certainly will be impacts. Thornton taking all of its water down the Poudre River would help mitigate loss of habitat due to water reduction in the canal. Thornton has not complied with 1091F. The proposed project demonstrates how it mitigates impacts on rivers, streams, and wetlands. I have had a lot of stopping here. May go on a little bit more.
10 seconds, please.
How much?
10.
10? Well, then let me move forward. Okay, here we go. The loss of highly valued canal-related ecosystem and habitats have to be mitigated. It has to be mitigated like for like. This is not throwing money in a pot and calling it good. The only acceptable mitigation, could you continue on? Okay. For the diminishing of the canal habitats is a replenishing of the Poudre River ecosystems. How is this done? By Thornton taking its water down the river and starting its pipeline around Windsor. The Poudre River cannot be ignored as a viable site alternative, 1091C, nor may it be ignored as the solution for canal habitat mitigation, 1091E, F, and I. One more sentence.
If you promise just one more sentence.
This is it.
A sentence with a period at the end. Yes, please.
Thornton taking its water down the Poudre River, that's what makes a neighbor into a hero.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Up next is Carrie Jackson, followed by Davis Hoke.
I do not see Carrie online. I also do not see Davis online.
Up next is James McCauley, followed by Amber Graves.
Hello, I'm Jim McCauley. I live at 3617 Woodridge Road. That's outside the city of Fort Collins. I live out in the county, and my representatives who represent my local interests are the people I am looking at right now. The Poudre River has served its natural function for hundreds of thousands of years, long before human beings came here. Its natural function is to carry water from high places to low places. It does it very well. Human beings have made changes to the Poudre River to meet their own needs. Those changes have been reviewed and approved by government agencies who represent the interests of the people of Larimer County. The people of Thornton are represented by county and local and city representatives. You are not those representatives. You represent the interests of the people of Larimer County. Thornton is 60-something miles away from here. They accuse us of not being a good neighbor. They are not neighbors at all. They're a long way away. We, the citizens of Larimer County whom you represent, we are here right now. Remember who we are, who put you where you are, who supports you, and who believes in you. That's us. Let the Poudre River fulfill its natural function of carrying water to the east. The people of Thornton own a share of that water, but we own and control the dirt that it's going to go through. And we're the ones who say how that happens. You are our representatives. You are the ones who say how that happens. Let the water go down the river.
Thank you, Jim.
Amber, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
And after Amber is Rachel Badger.
All right, thank you for the time. So our farmland in Bellevue is adjacent to the water supply and storage's diversion point on the Poudre River. As a water user, I am confident that we and our fellow ag users will continue to have our prior appropriated water rights satisfied in the future, even while Thornton has their pipeline and is pulling their rightful water. Additionally, as a participant of the Thornton's over 2-year-long voluntary Northern Property Stewardship Plan, I was able to work with all of them and see firsthand their commitment to being productive partners with our region. We have a diverse group of local stakeholders. There was private groups, government groups. They were all at our meetings, and we all worked together to make a long-term plan on how Thornton could best use and divest from their land in ways that would align with what our county and towns desire in their long-term land use and growth planning. My hope is pretty much that we can continue to look at Thornton as a partner for the future, since they are heavily invested in our communities. We can take the lessons, whether they're good or bad, from their work and the due diligence they've done and how to get large projects like this completed, but also while working with the local communities and individuals and their goals. They have been doing a lot of due diligence and working with stakeholders. I know there's a lot of controversy over with this with the Poudre River. This honestly isn't the one that I would be worried about harming the Poudre River. Overall, basically in Larimer County, I just hope that we can learn that large projects like this and planning for our community's future takes a lot of risk and incredible foresight from our leaders. So if we don't take the opportunities that Thornton did next time, someone else will. But yeah, with that, thank you for your time and consideration, and good luck with everything.
Thank you, Amber.
Up next is Rachel Badger, followed by Deborah Schulman.
Thanks. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rachel Badger with Denver Water, Environmental and Watershed Planning Manager. Colorado's water plan includes safe and secure water supply as a state priority. Resilient planning is a tenet of the plan that states water security is critical to the quality of life, environment, and economy of Colorado. The plan goes on to state that infrastructure will continue to be important in managing water supplies in the face of changing hydrology. The City of Thornton's water project aligns with the water plan's water values by demonstrating their commitment to collaboration with multiple stakeholders and the public, addressing identified water resiliency needs, public health and water quality risks, and demonstrating measures to address project impacts. House Bill 1041 states that land use planning, and quality of development are matters in which the state has a responsibility for the health, welfare, and safety of the people of the state and for the protection of the environment of the state. The policy question at hand for the board is the balance of the need for and benefits of a water project against project impacts. We believe that Thornton has listened to the community and minimized direct and indirect impacts of this project through pipeline alignment and pump station location design changes in the current 1041 application that strikes this balance. Denver Water's mission, as stated in our strategic plan, is to serve our customers by being a national leader in delivering clean water, operating and maintaining a reliable and resilient system, and protecting the water resources of the West. As you may be familiar, Denver Water engaged with Boulder County through two 1041 permit application processes over the course of the last decade and endeavored to strike the same balance for our Gross Reservoir expansion project, which is currently under construction. Similar to Thornton's project, Denver Water's project will provide high-quality water for our customers and increase the resiliency, flexibility, and reliability of Denver Water's raw water collection system while minimizing the impacts to the public and the environment. This public statement is in support of Thornton's water project as they have demonstrated incorporation of minimization and mitigation measures through significant environmental analysis and stakeholder engagement throughout this process. Thornton presents a balanced approach, including environmental enhancements to the Poudre River that would otherwise not be available without the project, and agricultural stewardship benefits, while meeting their need to ensure water supply reliability and drought resiliency, to provide drinking water that is protective of public health, safety, and welfare, to support the availability of housing, and to meet municipal water demands in the city through 2065. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Deborah Schulman is up next, followed by Doug Swartz.
Good evening, Deborah.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Schulman, and I'm from Bellevue. In the 1980s, when the city of Thornton covertly bought over 100 farms east of I-25 for their senior water rights, they planned to build a pipeline across Larimer County, take the water out of the Poudre River Basin, and dry up productive farms. Food and agriculture is vital to Colorado's economy, maintaining open space and a robust local food supply, which is better for us, the environment, and the planet. The farmers did not know they were selling to Thornton, and many would not have sold had they known. What Thornton failed to do was establish and secure a pipeline route. In the ensuing decades, neighborhoods, homes, businesses, and a thriving agricultural economy developed. The water to feed those farms was delivered by an extensive ditch system, very important to local food and agriculture. It has been asserted that Thornton's water rights and quality of water starts at those farms. This pipeline project is nothing but negative for Larimer County, with a loud, obtrusive, energy-guzzling pump house, years of construction disrupting neighborhoods, private property, roads, a major highway, and sensitive agricultural land, ending with a large pipeline corridor, taking up valuable land, and with constant traffic and even construction activities. Since the rejection of Thornton's last 1041 application, they have mounted a media campaign accusing Larimer County of denying them access to their water. This is patently untrue. They have always had access to their water at those farms. Unlike in Weld County, Thornton cannot claim eminent domain, sue, or overturn decisions because they do not have a right to build a pipeline across Larimer County. They have access to their water at those farms or by leaving the water in the Poudre River or both. It's better that the water remain in the Poudre River Basin as long as possible. This pipeline is a want and not a need. I ask that the Larimer County Commissioners that you reject Thornton's 1041 application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you,
Good
Deborah.
night.
Doug Swartz is up, followed by Michael Anthony.
Good evening, Doug.
Good evening. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Doug Swartz. I'm a 44-year resident of Larimer County. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of Save the Poudre, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the more than 1,000 members of Save the Poudre in Larimer County regarding the 1041 application for the Thornton Pipeline Project. We respectfully request that you deny this application as it violates multiple sections in the review criteria for approval of all 1041 permits in Land Use Code Section 10.9.1. Our previous comments to the Planning Commission hearing have been updated to include a legal memo about why the Thornton versus Larimer County Appeals Court case opinion does not preclude you from considering the Poudre River option. I call your attention to the following arguments in our comment letter dated April 17th, 2024. On page 1 of the comment letter, we note that the District Court and Court of Appeals upheld the Commissioner's previous unanimous decision to deny Thornton's permit application. On page 2, we note that the applicant violates LUC Section 10.9.1C, which requires the applicant has adequately considered reasonable siting and design alternatives. On page 6, we note that the application violates LUC Section 10.9.1E, which requires that the mitigation shall follow a hierarchy to first avoid impacts to resources of highest value. On page 7, we note that the application violates LUC Section 10.9.1F, which requires that the proposed project demonstrates how it mitigates impacts on rivers, streams, and wetlands to the greatest extent possible. Also on page 7, we note that the application violates LUC Section 10.9.1Q, which requires that the planning, design, and operation of the proposed project reflect principles of resource stewardship and conservation. On page 11, we note that the application violates LUC Section 10.9.1T, which requires that the benefits in terms of physical improvements, enhanced services, or environmental impacts of proposed project outweigh the losses of any natural resources or reduction of productivity of agricultural lands as a result of the proposed development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and please deny the City of Thornton's 1041 application.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Up next is Michael Anthony, followed by Jadelyn Lippman.
And if you'll just give us a second, we're loading a presentation.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Jenny?
We're loading.
We're loading a presentation for the speaker. If you'll give us just 1 second to get it up.
Are you going to do that solo, Michael, or are you tag teaming with somebody?
No, it's me, just me.
Okie doke.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Anthony, spelled just the way it sounds, T-I-double-G-R. I live at the corner of 56 and 13, living there for 16 years now. I walk or bike County Road 56 nearly every day, and I may not be a Lorax or Thoreau, but I am to speak a word for that road and why I think this is a very bad choice for a pipeline. Well, make that a terrible choice for a pipeline. So if you take a look at the map, Thornton is going to follow, this is a big view, and the first thing you're going to notice is all the reservoirs. And the reason those reservoirs are there, it's a very good reason. This is an old shale outcropping. The soil here is heavy clay. It's impermeable. The water does not percolate here. And any disruption to the soil here is just going to be a nightmare to restore. Thornton's going to follow the tri-state power line down to 56 and then go along the north side. Advance, please. Could you advance that? There's their map right there. Next one, please. That's looking down the Tri-State Power Line, coming the pipeline be coming towards you. 56 is behind you. Again, please. It's not working. That's looking down Road 56. They're going to go on the north side of this. Next one, please. It should work. There we go. And the first thing you see is a wetland right there. They're going to open trench. No, back. Okay. I have a little trouble here. It's not going to. They're going to open trench. It's not working for me. There you go. Back one more, please. There you go. They're going to open trench 500 feet through that wetland. Next one, please. Some 90 feet wide. That's how wide their trench is going to be. That's going to be impossible to revegetate or even mitigate that. And I don't know why they're allowed to open trench this. Next one, please. Looking down 56, you can see the annex to the reservoir there. You can see how high the water is. It comes almost up to the road. In fact, when it rains, it comes up to the road. And they're going to open trench along that. They're going to fill that with water. And also, just for perspective, that road there is 30 feet wide. And what they're proposing is some 90 feet wide. That's 3 times the width of that road running parallel to that road. Next one, please. It's going to look like that. Next one, please. It's going to look like that going down that road, our nice little county road. Next one, please. Moving on down the road. Next, please. They're going to put their pipeline under North Poudre irrigation canal here. I don't understand why they're going to put their pipeline under that canal. Where's the ditch going to go? Next one, please. Probably going to lose those ancient trees. Next one, please. Here's the pinch point. I happen to live right there. There's 75 feet between my property and the dam. Next one, please. 75 feet. Next one, please. 75 feet between my house and the property line. Next one, please. Down the road just a little bit, they're going to be putting the pipeline there. That's some 50 feet below the water level of that dam there. There's seepage under that dam. The water level is almost up to that road. They cut that open. It's going to leak out of there, and it's going to make a mess. Next one, please. The pipeline is going to run about where that mud track is right there. I want to know if they're going to stay in the right-of-way, where's their easement end? Does it go all the way onto my property? Am I going to lose those trees? Where's the other 3 pipelines going to go? Next one, please.
Michael, please forgive me. Can you just wrap it up? It's
Yeah, really good. So this is where it all
right
comes
now.
together at the end. This is where all the utilities come together. Thornton puts our pipeline there, and we have a break, and it's going to rupture that dam. Next one, please. Next. The water is going to flow into the from the annex into number 8 into Elder, and it's going to flood the area down along Douglas Road and Turnberry where all the new development is. Next one, please.
Michael, forgive me.
You.
Yes, thank you.
Up next is Jadlyn Lipman, followed by Edward Lanyon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, commissioners, for serving tonight. My name is Jadlyn Lipman, Jadelyn Lippmann. I'm currently in grad school at CSU studying environmental engineering with a focus on water quality and air quality. Before I decided to go back to school, I worked a very similar job to some of Thornton's people may work of what they shared a couple of weeks back. I worked in a water resource engineering for a civil engineering firm in town. And my question for Thornton is, how did you all become so invested in your jobs that you're so blindly pushing for this project when deep down you must know that it's wrong and not the right thing for our planet? I spent so much of my time in that position making the same types of figures and graphs that they showed us a few weeks back. Those easement lines, the right-of-way lines, the arbitrary boundaries where the pipe may or may not go. It's soul-sucking to realize that you're in a position that you're helping promote urban sprawl. And what do those lines mean to the private property owners or the creatures that live in the path or the native grasses that have their roots 10 feet down and have been sequestering our carbon for years, all just to be ripped up for this pipeline? Right now, we have a chance to do the right thing. and we have a chance to decide that this is our limit for ruining our open spaces in rural areas. We have the chance to set a local precedent, a state precedent, and a nationwide precedent. But it's not just our open lands that we have to worry about. I'm also concerned about our water quality. Just recently in April, the EPA released its first national drinking water standard on PFAS, which is a forever chemical in the environment and very persistent. I worry that with the backflow piping that Thornton has proposed, that Larimer County and Fort Collins will take on the burden of treating excess PFAS while all municipalities around us are struggling to figure this out as well. But we'll have the added weight along with the polluter taking on the extra PFAS as well. I have a lot more thoughts, and a lot of people have said a lot of good words, but I don't need to reiterate them. I would just like you to deny this project and preserve our planet for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jadelyn.
All right, Edward, I will allow you to speak. You'll have 3 minutes, and if you can please introduce yourself at the beginning.
Hello, my name's Edward Lanyon. I'm on the board of directors for the Water Supply and Storage Company, also known as WISC, and I'm here to read a letter on behalf of Keith Amon, the WISC president. Dear Larimer County Commissioners, this letter is regarding the City of Thornton's land use hearing now pending before you. Let me begin by saying that we appreciate the passion the Save the Poudre group has in wanting to increase flows in the Poudre River below the Water Supply and Storage Company river head gates by forcing Thornton to use the river option, as opposed to Thornton's proposed pipeline. However, this river option is not in the best interests of WISC's remaining agricultural shareholders. It would remove high-quality water from our system, including water from our lower elevation reservoirs that is needed for WISC operational efficiencies and exchanges with downstream ditch companies, providing a benefit not only for the remaining WISC shareholders, but many along the Front Range. Nor is it in accordance with the decree on remand dated March 9th, 1998, or the 1986 agreement between the City of Thornton and WISC. This agreement is an exhibit to said decree. Obviously, this is not in Thornton's best interest either. The city deserves the high-quality water they own. It's worth mentioning that this water has historically never made it past our diversion point on the Poudre River. Plainly summarizing the river option, WISC will not support this option. Forcing the City of Thornton to run their water down the Larimer County Canal poses other major operational challenges that are damaging for WISC. The difficulties associated with this are numerous. For example, maintaining a canal that has water in it year-round with the potential for ice freezing in winter months, blocking the flow, causing increased seepage, or worse, flooding. The local WISC board members who will be the directors voting on this, as Thornton board members would abstain from voting due to conflict of interest, would not support this option due to its detrimental impact to the Larimer County Canal and its stockholders. Please consider these facts when deciding Thornton's pipeline traversing a short distance in Larimer County. Sincerely, Keith Amon, President of WISC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Beck is up, followed by Gloria Edwards.
Good evening, Mary.
Good evening. My name is Mary Beck. I bet you can spell it. I am urging people to adopt that Poudre River option to keep the Poudre River as a conveyance for this water. This amount of water can help rejuvenate, an opportunity to rejuvenate the river. And I'm urging you to have them build their treatment plant near Windsor. And one of the reasons has to do with I volunteer with some of the kids in Fort Collins as a naturalist to wade the river activities. And I have had kids down there with their kick nets, finding out what is below the surface of that water, and to be able to really use this net capture some of these aquatic invertebrates, such as caddisflies, mayflies, stoneflies, and they take their net, dump them in these trays, and the looks on these children. This is what Fort Collins is about. The looks on these children as suddenly they discover a whole world of nature underneath that surface of the water. It is, unless you've had a chance to really see their faces, and as they're examining these aquatic invertebrates, I see that one of the endangered species that we have in this world is children in nature. So I urge you to take the extra little gumption, the extra little thought, the extra little courage to think about these children that are living in Fort Collins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Gloria Edwards is up, followed by Greg Brissy.
Good evening and welcome, Gloria.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. Thank you to the members of everybody, all the titles over here, and the other speakers who preceded me. I especially found the WISC testimony and Mark Anthony's testimony very, very interesting. I was going to start with a review of a couple of basic facts. It's Thornton's water, no question. Northwest Colorado is vastly growing at unprecedented rates with increasing demands on the river, no question. However, like others have stated before me, I have not really heard through all these meetings and reviews, I've not heard a sufficient analysis and thorough consideration and a sufficient working group of alternative options, increased filter stations, municipal treatments, canals, other proposals that could mitigate some of these other options. I can't believe that the cost of these options outweigh the legal fees and the pipeline construction and maintenance. It begs the question of this is really about water. In the end, this right now, what we're all really talking about is not just about Larimer and Adams County, or just the Poudre River, or who's right and wrong, or 1 or 3 pipelines, or short-term supply for growth and construction. It's about making decisions that use the most sustainable methods to support our natural resources, responsible growth, response and support of our agriculture in the face of impending development, over-allocation, and dwindling supply. The decision that comes out of this review will provide a foundation for a future based on either unlimited growth and expense, or a careful and intelligent design and adaptation to all the needs in the future in the land that we love. And since I've got another minute, I'd like to share that I just got back from Broward County in southern Florida, and here is a land that is blessed with more water than we can possibly imagine, that is more expensive than anything that we have here, with unlimited growth, no planning for open space, very little management of precious resources. The Everglades are in desperate mode. And the last thing we need is to base our decisions now that produce something like that. Here is one of the most beautiful areas in our nation that has devastated its natural resources and difficulty in water supply. We have an opportunity right now to make the best decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria.
Greg Brissy is up, followed by Christine Farr.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Greg Brissy, and I live up by Shields and Douglas. So I'm going to read this wrong. We oppose the 1041 application from the Thornton regarding their pipeline. Their proposal is just the same stuff, but further north. Thornton purchased the water rights in the 80s, and they own the water rights, and they can use them. Thornton bought the rights to the water, but not the quality, nor the route to get them there. Nor did they purchase the rights of way that they now want 119 acres from now until eternity with long-time implications to the landowners and the citizens of Larimer County. Thornton's current application asks for just one pipeline, but there seems to be more than one pipeline that they're thinking about. Thornton says they won't need the water for years, but they can take it whenever they decide. The parallel pipelines alongside the first is a return pipeline to its reservoirs up north, so they can return water to the area. The return water will be a low-grade dirty water, and the water deemed too poor for the quality for their use. So where does that go? And do we have to clean that up at the county's expense? We are asking Thornton to do the right thing and be good neighbors and leave the water in the Poudre to where it intersects with a southbound pipeline near Windsor. We believe they should do what's best for Larimer County as the guests in our county and not what's most economical or convenient for them. We do not owe them or any builder in the Thornton-Denver area at our expense and destruction a pipeline. We, the citizens of Larimer County and the Fort Collins area, need to keep the water in the Poudre and avoid future diversions. We don't want the river to turn into a trickle, and we want a healthy river and a thriving downtown and area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Greg.
Christine Farr is up, followed by John Norman III.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Christine Farr. I'm a resident of Larimer County. I want to thank all the commissioners for your patience and your willingness to listen to the thoughts of our residents of the county. I've only lived in Larimer County for 2 years, and in that time I've come to see what the Poudre River brings to this county. In addition to all the wildlife habitat it provides, it's a beautiful source of nature within the city, allowing for bike and walking paths, swimming and rafting, just to name a few of the things that make Fort Collins a wonderful place to live. But part of being a good neighbor is trust. And I want to point out a few inconsistencies that I have heard in talking to Thornton. First of all, clarification. I think everyone here does not dispute that Thornton has purchased this water, and we do not wish to prevent them from taking it. The issue at stake is, do they take it north of Fort Collins, just potentially destroying wildlife habitat and recreational opportunities to Larimer County? At the Thornton public meeting that I attended, I asked a few questions, and the answers I received and the answers I heard from Thornton at this last meeting in May don't seem to be the same. My question, are you taking all the water out of the Poudre north of Fort Collins now that you will in the future? Answer at the public meeting, no, we are not taking all the water out that we could be taking out and that we will be taking out in the future. Answer on 422, we will be taking no more water out of the Poudre than we have in the past, and thus this is no change. These two responses are inconsistent. Any water that comes out of the Poudre north of Fort Collins impacts the city of Fort Collins. A second question I asked them was why they could not take the water out of the Poudre south of Fort Collins so as not to impact the city. The answer then, they said the water would be dirtier and it would cost more to clean it up for Thornton's use. Confusion. This makes little sense. Thornton has spent tremendous amounts of money and time since 2018 on legal fees and salaries to allow taking the water out north of town. They've spent money purchasing property, and they will spend money on building 10.4 miles of pipeline over the distance from north of Fort Collins to south of town, as well as mitigation to property owners along the way. Fact, if the money to clean the water was truly the issue, they would have taken the southern route in 2018 and not wasted all this time, money, and effort to fight what the residents of Larimer County want. So why spend so much time, effort, and money to put in an expensive pipeline when you could have a quicker, less expensive one and put the money into water treatment? Unless, of course, there is another plan, such as selling the water to others along the route.
Christine,
Yes.
your time is up.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome.
John Norman III is up, followed by Jessica Dallow.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Barcer Norman III. I'm a Fort Collins resident for the past 27 years. I'm here simply to state my opposition to Thornton's 1041 application for the pipeline through Larimer County. I have raised a family in Fort Collins and enjoyed the Poudre River extensively as recreation and just natural beauty. I feel that the removal of that water from that river will impact our city quality of life and future generations' quality of life within this region, especially since we have been paying quite a bit of taxes to then refurbish these trails and make those recreational spaces impactful to our residents and our environment. And so, in closing, I would just like you to reject that 1041 application, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yeah.
Jessica Dallow is up, followed by Elizabeth Lynch.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you for the time. My name is Jessica Dallow, and I live on County Road 52. I am not a property owner that the pipeline will directly go over our property, but it comes and it crosses from one side of County Road 52 to the other side of County Road 52, right adjacent to our property. And I also live right on the water supply and storage canal. Our property is along that. And I would also say I am a shareholder, and even though I'm a minor shareholder, I do not agree with the statement that was made by the president of the Water Supply and Storage Company tonight. So there's been many arguments about other ways that Thornton could take their water. I think those have said the negative impacts on the water supply and storage canal water, as well as the ecosystems, and also arguments for the due diligence that Thornton has taken with mitigation for property owners and other people that are maybe impacted. And I would just like to say that I would disagree with that. I am not a property owner, but I'm adjacent to many of the property owners that the pipeline will directly impact. I have been to some of the meetings and shared my views with informally, but I have never been contacted directly by Thornton for any mitigation to how it's going to cross right in front of our road, how it's going to affect our pond ecosystem, how it's going to affect anything around there. And I'm also very concerned. Eric Steidel talked last meeting about the impact to his property. The pipeline will run directly across his property towards the north and then south towards I-25. The mitigation to both his business has not been addressed. The mitigation to the other agriculture and other property owners has not been addressed. And also there is an entire wildlife habitat that runs along the water supply and storage canal from County Road 52 over and across to I-25 with a large raptor population, particularly red-tailed hawks. I've seen eagles there. There's a lot of trees and an entire ecosystem, and I have not heard anything from the Thornton about how that's going to be replaced, how it's going to be addressed. So I would just reiterate that I am a resident. I may not be a property owner, but I am absolutely impacted by the Thornton pipeline. And as commissioners for the county, I ask you to deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Up next is Elizabeth Lynch, followed by Ava Baumann.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Lynch. Whoa, that sounds loud. We own a small irrigated farm in Larimer County, so we understand the value of water. We know you are likely struggling with a difficult decision, but we wanted to share with you why we so strongly oppose the Thornton pipeline and why we are urging you to deny the permit. First, Larimer County agriculture depends on a cooperative network of canals, creeks, rivers, and streams. There's a reason we call our irrigation water rights water shares. Farmers use and return water to this system to benefit neighbors downstream. It's also an ecosystem that supports native vegetation and wildlife, while also growing crops and livestock that support our economy. Any farmer will tell you it takes water to move water. Don't believe for a minute that we won't miss Thornton's 14,000 acre feet of surface water if you allow it to go underground. Diverting that water into a pipe is 100% loss to that system. Point number 2, Thornton bought irrigated farmland with the express purpose of drying it up. Try to get crops going on dry land, and it is a real challenge. Thornton planners were simply biding their time. It's hugely ironic that Thornton claims it needs to transport pristine water in a pipe to protect it from upstream polluters. That's us. And we all have a stake in keeping it clean. Taking water out of that system near LaPorte leaves dirtier water flowing throughout Larimer County and Fort Collins. Why would we sanction that? Even more ironic, Thornton will ultimately pollute that water by flushing their toilets and pouring municipal contaminants into it, sending it downstream along with its already degraded South Platte River water. Point number 3, water is not just a commodity for developers and municipalities, it is a shared resource. Let's keep it flowing through Larimer County. A Thornton pipeline will only further damage our already troubled agricultural landscape. Please deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava.
Up next is Ava Bauman, followed by Brian Doherty.
Ava's next.
My name is Ava Bauman. I'm a resident of Larimer County, but I grew up in Michigan, pretty close to Flint, so disputes over water rights are not only familiar, but personal to me. Thornton, when is it going to be enough? I know that we have all seen the Lorax, so we know what the result is when we push our natural resources to their limits. I'm 23 years old, and it saddens me to think about how many hearings will continue in coming years if we continue to take and take, so that people with big money and suits can build and expand these developments to meet this insane population growth. This is not about obtaining a permit. This single action serves as symbolism for what we as humans deem acceptable moving forward. Speaking for myself, respect for the earth and all living things is a value that I live my life by. Our rivers and ecosystems provide great abundance for our communities, and the minute we start to see man as larger than nature and begin interfering with Earth's systems, we lose access to these natural gifts of life. Commissioners, I want you to know that the decision you make today does not only impact the Poudre and residents of Larimer County, but it serves as an example for future generations. And so I urge you, please don't grant Thornton the permit to build this pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava.
Up next is Brian Doherty, followed by Ava Stutz.
Hello. My name is Brian Doherty, and I'm here as a CSU student studying natural resource management and as a voice for the voiceless, the river and all its organisms that rely on it. Firstly, the river is crucial for many endangered species, particularly migratory bird species. We have federal acts in place to protect these species. Taking water out of this river and slowing down the flow would have poor ecological impacts to these species, as I've learned in my studies at school. Next, Climate change is real. The river is drying up. What will happen 10 to 20 years from now if we keep taking these mass amounts of water out of its natural cycle? Thornton says that Poudre won't be affected by this pipeline. How is that possible when you're pumping water directly out of it? Why might they be trying to mislead us all? Next, Larimer County Land Use Code says that it must first avoid negative impacts to its natural resources. The river water is a natural resource. Let us put the river first. Finally, look at all these people here this evening trying to protect the river. I care deeply about this river, and they do too. Don't you care about your community's desires? Please, I beg of you, commissioners, on behalf of the river and its inhabitants, and on behalf of all these lovely people, please don't let Thornton steal everyone's water. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Up next is Eva Stutz, followed by Lori Fagg-Sandoval.
Hello, my name is Eva Stutz. I am a CSU student studying forest and rangeland stewardship. As a student in forestry, my future is dedicated to finding suitable and sustainable solutions to the choices that have been made. By choices, I mean the extraction of natural resources to fulfill the consumer hunger. This is the same hunger that has ultimately caused the degradation of our planet. I speak for the younger generation when I say your decisions have adverse effects that may not be measurable at this time in space, but these effects are left on our hands. We will have to clean up the mess you make and restore the wetlands and nature reserves that you will deeply impact. Thornton's mitigation promises hold no weight. How can my generation be hopeful about our futures when time and time again, developers and big business works against our optimism? Thank you. I ask you to reject the 1041 application.
Thank you, Eva.
Up next is Lori Fagg-Sandoval, followed by Alexander Ford.
Good evening, Lori.
Hi, thank you for taking the time. I thought about just reviewing so many facts, but that's...
Could you tell us your name for the record?
Oh, sorry, Lori Fagg-Sandoval. Boy, I sound weird. Thanks again for listening, and I don't have to reiterate, you know that this new application still doesn't meet a lot of the criteria for the 1041 application, so I'm asking that you deny it based on that, based on the fact that taking out more water is ruinous and unhelpful, whereas considering the Poudre option is helpful in healing to the river. But beyond all the data, I kind of want to reiterate, I loved that we have people in their early 20s here, and it's almost making me emotional when I think about, we're not just thinking about the river today. I mean, they're right, you know, what are we doing about the people who are going to live here for a long time? You know, I'm in my 60s, so it's a wide range. We asked our son recently, who's going to be 30 this summer, I just asked him hypothetically, do you ever think about having kids? Because he's not in a relationship right now. But he said, you know, I think about it, and I don't know if the earth really needs more kids right now. I'm not sure we have the resources for that. It's kind of heartbreaking, but I understand where he's coming from. So this is an appeal for you to deny this, and I don't know, I just think we'd all sleep better at night if we start saying no to the over demands on a river that's already working really hard. And it's so beautiful. It's my sanctuary, so I want to hang on to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Lori.
Up next is Alexander Ford.
Good evening.
Evening. My name is Alexander Ford. I am in opposition to the 1041. I've been in Fort Collins for 7 years, and I absolutely love the Poudre River. Seeing one more bad thing happen to it is just painful. And seeing the joy it's brought myself and my friends and people of all ages, and seeing that maybe not be a possibility in the future just hurts. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alexander.
So,
I don't see any more
Commissioners,
folks on the list. What does that mean?
so we are at the end of the list, so now would be the opportunity to see if there's anybody else either in the room or on Zoom who may wish to speak who has not already signed up to speak. And so I'll remind those who are on Zoom, if you would like to speak and you haven't already spoken either on April 22nd or tonight, you may use the raise hand button to indicate that you would like to speak.
Thank you, Rebecca. And as Rebecca stated, this is an opportunity, if you did not already sign up, either before tonight or at the sign-up sheet, you have the opportunity to offer public comment, the 3 minutes that we've allotted for folks. So please note that. Looks like we have somebody online who has raised their hand, so we'll go to Leah, and then again, we'll give folks an opportunity in person if they wish to offer additional offer comment. Leah.
All right, Leah, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. Leah Benison. I'm here as a housing advocate this evening. I've been listening to all this very emotional testimony, and I would like to just recommend that county staff has written a staff report and has recommended approval with 76 conditions. And I would expect that the commissioners tonight should trust their knowledge and oversight and trust the information and the recommendation for approval this evening. I also believe that any affected property owners along the alignment will be receiving compensation, and those folks most likely are depending on that compensation for their futures. And I'd also like to point out that since the inception of this water project, many, many children have grown up, gone through many levels of school, from elementary to middle to high school to college. And when they leave college, or maybe not college, but when they're ready to buy a home, they are going to be looking for a home in your area, hopefully. So if anyone had concerns about the Poudre River or any other natural resources, that should have been thought of generations ago. These children are growing into young adults, and they're looking to have wonderful futures like everybody else in this community. And approving housing is the only way to do that. And getting water and turning the taps on is the only way to get those housing units built for those future generations. So blocking progress is the demonstration of exclusionary behavior. So I hope this evening the commissioners see to trust their active staff members and their professionals and vote yes this evening for the Thornton Water Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. It looks like there's another person who's raised. Oh, we have someone in person. Forgive me. Come on up, please. Good evening, and
Hi,
please
John.
tell us your name.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Brenda Carnes, and I'm a resident of Larimer County. I've lived here 27 years. I want to say that the reason I'm speaking up, I haven't prepared comments, but I would feel terrible if I didn't speak up and this measure went through. I am urging you to deny Thornton's request because the river and the water basin that we all are benefiting from is so important to me personally, but also to the whole community. And I want to say that I'm finding it a source of healing and reflection. I think it is one of the biggest assets to our community, and the community has been founded on the river. If the river were not here, we would not be here. And so I thank you for doing everything you can to acknowledge that importance to us in Larimer County and basically protect the citizens from this, what I feel is an assault on our quality of life.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda.
All right, Preston, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself at the beginning.
Preston, are you there?
Preston, you're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, apologies. Thanks for clarifying. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Preston Brown. I'm a watershed restoration practitioner. I've worked across the Western United States and have a lot of experience in this collaborative water development, project development type of situation. And one thing I've heard a lot, with the NISP hearings, with this hearing, the former hearings of the previous pipeline, and then again tonight, is that Colorado always has an underlying thread running through a lot of our commercial activities, and that is collaboration and partnership. And I don't disagree with that. And the Colorado Water Plan, as mentioned earlier tonight by the woman from Denver Water, is an example of the collaboration that Colorado and our utilities and our public infrastructure utilizes, which is certainly a good thing. However, a lot of these references to collaboration and to partnerships are all revolving around water project development and rarely ever are around watershed restoration and river restoration. So while I think that is a benefit to the culture of Colorado that we do collaborate, there is a lot of working together and forming of partnerships, but it's missing something, and it's missing something when it has to do with putting resources back together. There's a lot of discussions about new dams and new diversions and new water infrastructure and all the good pat ourselves on the back collaboration with those, but let's do something about collaborating together for the benefit of that river and the benefit of the resource. And so I wish that Thornton saw the opportunity that they have before them, which is not to waste more money on a 1041 application that was rejected by the Colorado Court of Appeals and the Larimer County Court, and it's essentially the same application, but instead put their effort towards what many in the water development community often cite, which is nature-based solutions. There's a lot of talk about that, but when the rubber meets the road, utilities are very unwilling to repackage a project and reinvent it in a way that's nature-based. So here's that opportunity, and I think they should go for it. So please reject this 1041 once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Preston. Anyone else online, Jenny?
We have no hands raised. This is your last chance. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand.
And that also goes if they're for folks here in person. This would be your last opportunity. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand and we will certainly listen.
We do have one more hand raised. Krista, I'll unmute you. I'll allow you to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself and please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Jenny.
Krista, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, but you are unmuted. We still can't hear you, Krista.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, fabulous. My name is Krista Novelli. I live in Larimer County. I've lived here for almost 25 years. I wanted to just very briefly mention, Leah said something, I think she was the first person who joined the list after the people who had already signed up, about how people up in the area where the pipeline is running through may be counting on the money that they're going to receive in remuneration for their property being crossed by this pipeline. I would have expected that if people were actually counting on the money, you would have heard from some of those people saying, I'm counting on this money, I need this pipeline to go through. And really overwhelmingly what I heard here was people who live up in that area talking about how they don't want the pipeline. So I just wanted to address that one point.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Krista. All right, here in person, is there anyone who wishes to offer public comment? One last chance for online.
No hands raised.
Okay. So then at this time, it's appropriate to close the public comment period. And just to bring us up to speed, perhaps, in a moment, I'll invite the applicants up to offer rebuttal to what they've heard the last two hearings. They'll have up to 30 minutes. And then we'll go into the questions and answers by the commissioners of the applicant and of staff, perhaps, and we'll spend time with that. And I just want to make sure that folks understand. One thing I didn't point out earlier is that when we do get to the Q&A on our part, what we've discussed to do in terms of procedure is that we would rotate. We would take turns asking questions. So, for example, Commissioner Stevens might start, offer a question. We can certainly do a follow-up question to what we've heard, but we'll be going around, and hopefully that'll get us through what we need to know. And one final point before we invite the applicants, and that is to manage people's expectations. Depending on how the rest of the evening goes, there's a very good likelihood that we will continue this hearing until Wednesday, May 8th, and that would be when we would have deliberation and discuss and a decision on Wednesday, May 8th. So please keep that in mind depending on how things go this evening. So with that, and thank you for being patient, I'd like to invite whoever wishes to come forward and offer some response to what the applicant has heard. Did you have a question, Commissioner? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for just a brief recess, just because we've been listening to public comment before we have the rebuttal, just so I can just get up and move my bones, use the restroom, and come back just for a couple of minutes, please.
That is certainly an appropriate request. I apologize for not thinking of that. So I guess I will have to ask the applicant to exercise a bit more patience. It is 7:38 p.m. I want to say 5 minutes. Let's go with 6. We'll see how that. Please try to get back by. Let's start at 7 in 6 minutes. 7:44. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you all for your patience. We are resuming our land use hearing. We took a bit of a break, and at this time, I'd like to invite the folks from the city of Thornton. They'll have up to 30 minutes for rebuttal. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Todd Barnes. I'm the Communications Director for the City of Thornton. Thank you for your attention and stamina during this process. Also, being public service, we want you to know we understand and appreciate the effort involved in the evaluation and decision-making process for complex issues such as this. In preparing our rebuttal presentation, the Thornton team was faced with the reality that more than 83% of the public comments you received concerned one single issue. We've identified additional issues for rebuttal, specifically comments about Larimer County not receiving any benefits from the project, and Emily Hunt will address that in a few moments. We'd also like to make mention that while assertions have been made, no evidence has been provided that the project application does not meet your criteria and technical standards. Your staff's analysis, as well as the recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, stand out as the best evaluations of how Thornton meets the Larimer County 1041 criteria. We will spend more time emphasizing this in a bit in our rebuttal as well with Carolyn White. Thornton's team finds we are in the position of rebutting an issue that clearly does not belong as a consideration towards approval of our 1041 permit application. It appears that there is a common understanding amongst your staff, your legal counsel, Thornton's team, and our legal counsel that the Poudre River option is truly not an option. In preparing our rebuttal comments, we struggled with how to address the subject, but ultimately decided out of regard for those from your community who truly do believe it is a consideration the commissioners can require of Thornton, that we would spend some of our valuable rebuttal time once again pointing out why it is not. There are actually many reasons. First, Thornton's application cannot be judged on a lack of enhancements to something our project does not impact. The Thornton Water Project does not impact the Poudre River. Thornton is not taking any additional water out of the Poudre River. Gary Walkner even admitted to commissioners in an email dated March 23, 2023, that the Thornton Water Project does not take additional water out of the river. He suggests Thornton voluntarily put our drinking water back into the river in his email. But now, in comments he's made, as well as those and others who are affiliated with him, it is suddenly proposed it can be a requirement. It cannot. The 1041 statute is not an enhancement statute. Proper mitigation of impacts? Yes. Which is why Thornton agrees with the 76 conditions of approval and is open to hearing others should commissioners believe additional assurances are needed. But we are not agreeable to accepting the position that Thornton can be forced into enhancing something that is not impacted by our project, especially in such a way that would knowingly and dangerously degrade the quality of the water that is intended to be drinking water for Coloradans just less than an hour away from here. If you think about it, that is a tremendous ask of one community to another. In fact, if Save the Poudre's goal is to restore and heal the Poudre, as they state, denying Thornton's 1041 application permit does nothing to achieve that goal. Nothing. It is also of note to mention that the water Thornton will be transporting in a pipeline is already stored in the Water Supply and Storage Company reservoirs. We are moving already diverted water, which apparently is fine with Mr. Walkner for some communities, but not Thornton. As he stated in the May 2nd Colorado Sun article about Aurora's Wild Horse Reservoir project in Park County, if Aurora is just moving already diverted water around from one spot on the landscape to another, we likely won't have an interest in opposing it, Mr. Walkner said. Moving already diverted water is exactly what Thornton is proposing to do. It is also important to look at our application through the lens of the Colorado Court of Appeals decision that really helped settle the down the river issue in 2022, and Carolyn White will provide more legal analysis on this in just a bit, but it's important to now note that Larimer County, the City of Thornton, Save the Poudre, and No Pipe Dream were all parties to the Colorado Court of Appeals case that was decided in September of 2022. We are all bound by the court's decision. If Save the Poudre had wanted a different result, its option was to further appeal the matter to the Colorado Supreme Court. They chose not to do that, and instead are purposely trying to convince residents of your community that you can reverse the Court of Appeals decision. This misleading effort brings out strong emotions and deep concern to people in Larimer County and forces you as commissioners into the unwarranted appearance of not supporting the health of the Poudre River if you approve our application. We know that is not true, and that you do place a great deal of importance on the health of the river. Thornton also cares about the health of the Poudre River and is making demonstrable efforts towards improving and protecting flows in the river. It is a good time to remind you that we showed you via a video with Kate Ryan, the Executive Director of the Colorado Water Trust, that Thornton is participating in the only actual plan with a commitment to add and protect flows in the Poudre River via the Poudre Flows program. Emily Hunt and I were actually at the Poudre River Forum that day, and we know some of the commissioners were also in attendance as well. We all heard Kate Ryan talk and know the context of what she spoke about is portrayed accurately in the video that we shared. Nothing offered in public testimony can refute that Thornton is a partner in the Poudre Flows program, and the goal of Poudre Flows is to add and protect river flows through Fort Collins, and that some of the water proposed to do that is owned by and will be provided by the City of Thornton. Finally, there are two pieces of public comment which speaks to some of the other comments heard here, which came from two men familiar in your community, and I would direct your attention to their transcribed comments on the screen. The first gentleman, Zach Thode, who is known to the planning staff here, I believe, came and discussed his concerns around water rights and property rights and the jurisdiction of the water court in matters of water rights holders. He mentioned he gets concerned when the commissioners deny the ability of a water rights holder to use their water in places that they've been allowed to use it by the water court. Water rights are property rights, and the 1041 statute actually prohibits diminishing the rights of property, diminishing the rights of owners of property, or modifying or amending existing laws or court decrees with respect to the determination and administration of water rights. Requiring Thornton to pursue the Poudre River alternative violates both of these statute protections. Mr. Thode also mentioned his years of volunteer work on your comprehensive plan and land use code and his encouragement to follow these frameworks, saying we have to approve things that follow the guidance that has been set forth by your staff, by the volunteers that have worked really hard to create that framework. The next gentleman, Mr. Andres, for those who don't know or remember him, is the man who originally conceived and proposed the Shield Street concept during Thornton's last permit application process. The Shield Street concept was one version of a Poudre River alternative, and it garnered strong support in the community and with the previous commission. We want to recognize his courage to come here and speak publicly. Mr. Andres acknowledged the positive impact the previous application process has had on Thornton's new proposal and notes that given the Court of Appeals judgment, it's time to move forward. Thornton's team would like to mention that we understand there is often disagreement or misunderstanding on issues related to projects of this scope. Disagreement is fine, but we have purposely brought together a team of professionals who have worked hard for years to provide you, your staff, and your community members with accurate and verifiable information. As you might imagine, it is then difficult to hear individuals come up to address the commissioners and call us liars and make unwarranted attacks on our character and motives. We are public servants working in the public interest, and we can attest that everything we have and will present is factual and truthful. If we misspeak about something, we are happy to correct it, but deception would not be tolerated by our management or our elected officials. With that, I'd like to bring Emily Hunt up. Thank you.
Hello again, Commissioners, and happy Drinking Water Week. I wanted to quickly mention Drinking Water Week because it highlights the importance and relative privilege of safe drinking water. It's organized by the American Water Works Association, and this year we're also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. This is the law that regulates water utilities and serves as a safeguard for all of us by setting high drinking water quality standards. I mention this because, to Todd's point just a minute ago, providing safe drinking water to Coloradans is the sole reason we are here. We have heard of the claim from some public comment that Thornton's project doesn't provide any benefits to Larimer County residents. As I just mentioned, the primary benefit is high-quality drinking water for Coloradans. That is why it is considered a matter of statewide concern. So while under the statute, Larimer County is authorized to regulate aspects of this project, there is not authorization in the statute or Larimer County's code to require the applicant to provide benefits to Larimer County. That being said, we do want to be good neighbors, and listening and responding has been a guiding principle in this process for us. As such, contrary to the public comments that claim otherwise, we have identified and offered substantial benefits to the Larimer County community as a part of our application. In developing these, we wanted to identify some of the community's interests and values, which we did through the community survey we conducted last year. Residents who were sent the survey were asked their opinions on where Thornton should direct its community efforts. 4 primary and interrelated areas of interest were validated by this survey: water levels in the Wisk reservoirs, protecting the Poudre River watershed, and preserving open spaces and ag lands. We've identified specific actions that Thornton would commit to upon approval of our permit that would help move the needle on some of these interests and provide tangible benefits to the community. I'll start with the Wisk reservoir levels. Let me first clarify that Wisk controls the water levels in these reservoirs, not Thornton. Water levels are dependent on the weather and the operations that Wisk performs to deliver water to all of its shareholders. Thornton has completed an analysis of the historical water levels of the Wisk reservoirs, which show both seasonal and annual fluctuations. Our operations are not expected to exacerbate these historical levels. Therefore, the project will not have an impact on this community interest. Moving on to open lands and agriculture. Thornton currently owns just under 1,600 acres of land in Larimer County. The properties in dark green on this map have been converted to dry land grasses and are grazed by local cattle producers. The remaining properties, shown in lighter green, are irrigated by and farmed by local farmers. As we discussed in our presentation a few weeks ago, criteria 10.9.1.t requires that the benefits of the proposed project outweigh the losses of any natural resources or reduction of productivity of agricultural lands. I would reiterate that there are no long-term or permanent losses of either of these as a result of Thornton's pipeline. Any impacts will be temporary, and the landowners will receive payment for their non-exclusive easements, as well as any temporary impacts to the productivity of their farms. However, we understand that some may disagree with this assessment, so we proposed offsetting benefits that provide the positive environmental impact contemplated by this criterion. In your latest packet is an update to the condition of approval number 8, which you can see on this slide. The condition commits Thornton to specific land stewardship practices, as well as obligates us to manage, conserve, and sell two of our farms in a way that's consistent with your open lands objectives. We've also proposed to contribute the funds of the proceeds of the sales on this farm to some sort of Poudre River enhancement fund. That addition is in red because that's a proposal that Thornton is making that has not yet been incorporated. Let me get into a little bit more of the specifics about how this condition of approval, as well as our additional community benefits, provide real value to the Larimer County community. Thornton Farms 44 and 63 are both along Thornton's pipeline alignment. These farms are circled in pink. Farm 44 surrounds Elder Wet Reservoir, and Farm 63 is just east of I-25. Both farms are within the Wellington Separator, which is identified as a priority conservation area in your open lands master plan. Since the proposed alignment for the pipeline crosses these farms, we have tied them to our application. There are 4 additional Larimer County farms that Thornton owns, circled in green on this map. Some of these farms are also in areas that have been identified as priority conservation areas. The Water Court has imposed strict and binding stewardship responsibilities on Thornton for all of its farms. However, as a part of offsetting benefits under your criteria, as well as an added community benefit, we will coordinate with your staff to manage, conserve, and all 6 of these properties in a manner that's consistent with your open lands plan and our Water Court decree. We'll then work to transfer ownership of the combined 1,324 acres back into local hands, either private or public. This could be accomplished in a variety of ways, for example, by placing conservation easements on the farms which would be held by Larimer County, or a land trust, and then selling those properties to a local producer. In addition, to underscore Thornton's long-term commitment towards preserving and improving the Poudre River, we'll provide a minimum of $3 million to a yet-to-be-established Poudre River Enhancement Fund or another fund identified by the county dedicated solely to the purpose of Poudre River health. We also commit the proceeds of the sales of all 6 properties to the fund, which could be upwards of $9 million. This slide shows a summary of those benefits. Next, let me just address the concept of this fund. It does not exist yet. We understand that you've embarked on a master plan, which is exciting. I've personally worked on Poudre River issues for over a decade with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the Colorado Water Trust, the Poudre Runs Through It, the City of Fort Collins, and the Coalition for the Poudre River Watershed. All of these groups are doing amazing, impactful on-the-ground work to improve flows in the river and the overall health of the watershed. This experience has shown me that your community is a tremendous advocate for the Pooter, but also that it takes creativity, collaboration, and persistence to move the needle for positive impact. What we're proposing is to help establish and fund an enhancement fund, which could help support these community-based collaborative efforts that are at the heart of addressing these challenges. It could be used in a variety of ways: watershed health improvements or river restoration. We're happy to be at the table if you would like us there, but our intention is for Pooter stakeholders, as identified by the county, to establish the priorities and direct how these funds will be used. Again, here's a summary of the slide, on this slide, of the offsetting benefits under 10.9.1.t, as well as the added community benefits. And we believe that the contribution of 1,300 acres of land to help the county meet your conservation bridge objectives, as well as a potential $9 million to improve the Pooter River health, adds significant value to your community. I'll ask Carolyn to come back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Carolyn White again on behalf of the City of Thornton. As has been mentioned several times, Thornton's project has no impact on the Pooter River. Much of the public comment we heard yet again tonight contained inaccurate information about potential impacts on the Pooter River as a result of the project. But all of the water proposed for this pipeline project is already being diverted from the Pooter River, and no new diversions are proposed as part of this pipeline. Thus, it is incontrovertible that there is no impact on the Pooter River as part of this project. The purpose of the 1041 statute and Larimer County's land use code is to avoid, reduce, or mitigate impacts resulting from a proposed infrastructure project. Thornton's project avoids impacts to the Pooter River. Thus, discussion of the Pooter River as potential mitigation or heal and restore or any of the things that have been discussed are not an appropriate part of the conversation about the potential impact of the infrastructure project, because there is no impact on the river from the infrastructure project. An applicant cannot be required or expected to mitigate impacts that do not exist or which are not caused by the proposed pipeline project. Todd already talked to you a little bit about the state 1041 statute. I think it's clear, but in case it's not, the so-called Pooter River alternative, if it were to be pursued, would require a modification to Thornton's water rights, which is prohibited by the state 1041 statute. I've quoted it here. I'm not going to read it to you. The Court of Appeals, as was already mentioned, emphasized this legal conclusion in its opinion, namely that the board abused its discretion when it faulted last time around, when it faulted Thornton for not considering the so-called down the river option now or in future applications. The county actually has agreed, taken public statements agreeing with all these legal principles. In fact, just 4 months ago, the county relied on this holding in its own land use case, in its own brief, in response to the Save the Pooter lawsuit challenging the NISP approval. So there's really no disagreement about this legal principle as it potentially applies to this application. While Thornton's project will not degrade the quality or quantity of water in the Pooter River, Thornton's commitment to a healthy Pooter River is long-standing and indisputable, as was just described by both Todd and Emily about the participation that Thornton has contributed to all of these various opportunities to try to enhance the Pooter River, has been ongoing and will be continuing to happen going forward. Additionally, what the opponents refuse to acknowledge is that without Thornton's project, Larimer County will not receive any of the proposed benefits that were just summarized by Emily a moment ago in terms of conservation easements, funds directed towards the Pooter River Enhancement Fund or the Pooter Flows Project, which is at least an estimated $3 million minimum guaranteed that could be used to help restore and heal the Pooter River. Thus, the board does actually have the opportunity to restore and heal the Pooter River by approving Thornton's project. I would like to just move to address briefly the comments that suggested that the commissioners ought to delay the decision to gather some more information or to establish a working group to, outside of the regulatory requirements to further, not quite sure to do what. I just want to state for the record that Thornton strenuously objects to that type of continuance or extra procedural working group. It's not contemplated by the land use code criteria. It's not likely to produce any new ideas or be effective after all this time. And all of the information necessary to make an informed decision is already available to you in your packets. In fact, there have been some comments that there's too much information in the packet, 3,000 plus pages, and of course, all the additional comment that's been submitted to you through public testimony. But a good portion of that, as you may recall, is other applications and the previous application. And I have brought with me tonight all of the documents that are in the packet, and when we get to the Q&A, we'll be happy to fish out and refer to any of the documents that you would like to. Also, it just should be noted the code process actually says that after you receive all the information and the application is complete, you'll hold a public hearing, you'll make a decision. It does say you can continue the public hearing if there is specific additional information that you require in order to make a decision. And as I said, we think that you already have all the information you need in that voluminous packet. It's hard to imagine how there could be a need for additional information, but if you do have a need for additional information, we would ask that you specifically identify what additional information that is, and perhaps, since there is going to potentially be a continuance to another night, do so in a fashion which would allow us to respond to and provide that information for you at that continued public hearing if we continue on to the 8th. So far, no one has articulated any specific additional information that's needed, just that there ought to be some type of working group so that there could be additional public input. The previous working group was formed to allow opportunity for additional public input. In this application, Thornton has conducted such extensive public input. Again, it's hard to imagine how additional public input ought to be required or could be required or could change the potential outcome of what the preferred alternative is that before you. In fact, the preferred alternative that is before you this time, unlike last time, specifically incorporated the public input that was received through this extensive public outreach process that Thornton conducted before it selected the preferred alternative. The last working group, which was county-led and directed, did not produce any outcomes that met Thornton's purpose and need and the wishes and desires of those opposing the project. And it's not likely, therefore, that another working group would do so this time around. I just want to also mention that in terms of additional time to review the materials, Thornton submitted its application on November 20th, 2023. Almost all of those 3,000 pages, except for the public comments that have come in since then, has been available for review by the public and by the county for more than 150 days. So additional time to review the material is really not necessary. It really appears that the objectors might be asking for a delay in the process in order to provide the opportunity or to persuade the commission to convince Thornton to consider a down-the-river alternative. As we've already talked about, that's not really a viable alternative. And also, as your county attorney has pointed out, this would be outside of the regulatory process. That's not the appropriate role of the Board of County Commissioners. Your job is not to negotiate or to force negotiations among the different parties. It's to review the application, review the evidence, and render a decision, and that is what we are asking you to do. So now that we've dispensed with what this application is not about, let's talk about the actual decision before you, which is to be based on the criteria. As we've mentioned, the Larimer County Code includes 49 criteria and sub-criteria for 1041 permits involving water facilities. The very first criterion on your list relates to impacts on property owned by others. That's 10.9.1A. As it so happens, that was also the most important issue identified by the members of the public during the feedback that was conducted. So in that way, the county's code really aligns with the desires of your community, the highest priority of your constituents. So therefore, Thornton's process also prioritized this issue. Here's how Thornton's process prioritized the issue of minimizing impact on the property held by others. First of all, by gathering that feedback early on in the process, prioritizing according to the community's responses, what things were most important to the community, and then designing a route selection process and selecting a preferred alternative which focused on the routes that scored the highest based on those criteria prioritized by your community, namely minimizing impact to individuals' properties as the number one criteria. Also, all the other land use code criteria, such as minimizing impacts to wetlands, minimizing traffic, and so on. And we can show you those rankings again if you'd like to go through them in detail. So, extensive outreach, prioritized community feedback, and site selection is the first way in which this criterion is met. The least impactful route was selected. And the other way in which this criterion is being met is by the detailed construction communication plan that's been provided by the City of Thornton. It's in the packet. We've talked about it a bit in our presentations. We're happy to talk about it some more. This detailed communication plan during construction ensures that all impacted property owners, not just those whose property is crossed, but those like those who spoke tonight who might be nearby an adjacent roadway where there is potential construction impact, will have all of the information they need at the time they need it and have the opportunity to communicate with the Thornton construction team when those segments will be under construction. As we've mentioned, only 17 individual property owners along the alignment are affected with their properties actually being crossed. All of them were contacted prior to the application being finalized, so the preferred alignment being finalized. And this slide shows how that property owner input was incorporated into the site selection process. Each individual property owner, when the meeting was held, and what some of the key considerations were, and how they were incorporated into the design. Of those 17 property owners, only a few have submitted testimony, either written or in person. One can draw conclusions about what that means or doesn't mean, but all of the rest of them who have all the information about how the project impacts their property, who know about the project, who we specifically have spoken to them at least on one occasion, did not submit any comments opposing the project. The fact that those property owners who are along the alignment and who have all that information have not submitted comments or attended these public hearings to speak in opposition in and of itself speaks volumes about the potential impact to their property. Related to this criterion, though, we do want to call your attention to some additional language we are proposing in condition number 7. This language comes directly from the NISP approval, but more importantly, it is protective of those individual property owners. What we're essentially proposing is that there be flexibility to move the alignment plus or minus a few feet in either direction when requested by the property owners. And this kind of addresses some of the issues you've heard about trees or conflicting pipelines and so on. If we do not have this condition written to allow this flexibility, we would not be able to adjust the alignment as that survey data for each individual property is required and the final engineering is performed for the preferred alignment. So we respectfully request that you consider our proposed modifications to condition number 7. Turning to the other criteria, it's worth noting that there's really very little testimony or evidence in the record referencing the county's criteria. The majority of the testimony was really about a different alternative that you should have considered or that we should have considered. The majority of the testimony that did focus on the criteria said that the reason those criteria weren't met is because we did not select or propose the down the river option. Since that option is not an option, for all the reasons we've explained, the only credible and competent evidence in the record is that all of the criteria are indeed met with this application. And speculation is not evidence. I'd refer you to the chart that we distributed for easy reference to all of the criteria. I want to highlight just a few. I want to talk about 10.9.1E, consistency with the comprehensive plan. The very detailed analysis of this is found at page 123 of the comments. I think I already talked about some of the comments. I want to maybe just digress a little bit from our prepared remarks and address one of the new issues that came up this evening, which is the argument that under 10.9.1F, the application should have analyzed potential impacts to the ecosystems evolving in the canal where the water is running today. And I just mentioned, first of all, that criterion is about rivers, streams, and wetlands, not about canals. And the canal is actually designed to convey the water seasonally. It doesn't have water in it year-round, as was described by the representative of WISC. And so the purpose of the canal is in and of itself a water conveyance, not a natural ecosystem. There were no impacts or on that natural resource identified by any of the referral agencies that addressed this issue. You know, the third-party referral agencies that reviewed it. But I also want to just point out, the application is for construction of a pipeline from Wisk Reservoir number 3 to the Larimer-Weld County line. There is no proposed construction in any ditches or canals as part of the application. The canal impacts are actually within the jurisdiction of the Water Court. In accordance with the Water Rights Decree, Thornton is required to maintain return flows in various sectors of the canals. It's also required to maintain system losses, including canal losses, within the canal in order to protect other shareholders. Wisk, as the operator of the canal, will continue to deliver other shareholders' water through the canal. As a result, when those deliveries are occurring, the water will continue to seep out of the canal, resulting in no impacts. And also, the Newt 3 applicants have removed all of their water from the canal. Their water is being diverted, and no such analysis was required of that particular application. If I may, I just have 30 seconds for a final conclusion. The other issue that was mentioned tonight and also the other night, somehow that there are secretly hidden within this application other pipelines. This application is for one pipeline, period. If you approve it, Thornton will have the ability to build one pipeline, period. Thornton has listened to your community regarding the siting of a pipeline. Thornton has worked with and will continue to work with all the residents along the pipeline and who will be directly impacted by the project. The primary opposition you have heard from the public is a request for you to exceed your authority and require Thornton to construct a project to restore and heal the Poudre River. Thornton is actually proposing to do some things that will restore and heal the Poudre River as additional benefits if this project is approved, but the project itself does not affect the Poudre River. This application has far exceeded the submittals provided for the prior two applications that you recently approved for both NISP and Newt. The application meets or exceeds all of the applicable 1041 criteria, and if you have specific criteria that we don't cover this evening in the Q&A that you think are not met, we would ask you to identify what those are so that we can present to you about them when we next regroup. The 76 conditions of approval ensure that compliance or exceedance with the code will be met. The community benefits, which you heard more about tonight, vastly outweigh any potential impacts. Now is the critical timing for Thornton. Lack of access to its water is directly impacting its ability to execute its comprehensive plan. We thank you for your time and attention to our application, and we look forward to answering your questions during the next phase of this hearing.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you. So we are now at a place in the hearing where an opportunity for the commissioners to ask questions of the applicants based on what we've heard this evening and in the past and what we have reviewed, and certainly to ask questions of staff. And as I mentioned, pardon?
Go ahead.
As I mentioned earlier, we will take turns asking questions and then kind of see how that goes. Did you have something, Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but I respectfully would like to request a moment to speak with our county's attorneys in executive session to ask a question, please.
Thank you. I will defer to our county attorneys regarding that request and the proper procedure if that's what we choose to do. I believe all three of us need to agree, or two of us need to agree.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bill Rasu, Larimer County Attorney. So the process to go into an executive session to discuss legal questions is one, to identify the topic of the legal question that you would like to discuss. And you need to identify that question with enough specificity to indicate what it's about without too much information to disclose any confidential nature of the question. So that's the first criteria for an executive session. And then Commissioner Kafalis, as you indicated, it would require a vote where the citation to the open meeting statute would need to be specifically referenced. So I can give you that citation, and then obviously the board would need to vote. And if there are 2 votes in favor of going into the executive session, then you can recess from this hearing. We could go back to a conference room in the back for that executive session.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you for explaining. So as I understand it, the first step is Commissioner Shattuck McNally, if that is something you're interested in doing, if you could provide us with some level of specificity that would help inform potential motion to move into executive session.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Before this would help, asking this question would help inform my questions for staff or the applicants to ask questions about purchase of lands or conditions of approval for purchase of lands and community benefits that were stated in the presentation that were not included but were put up on the slides. And I would like to ask what questions and what kind of conditions and things, and since that involves the potential talk about sales of lands and things, I figured that would probably be covered, because I'd like to ask a question about county monies and purchases and things like that. Would that cover it? Because if not, I will find a way to
make sure I understand. So the legal question you would like to discuss is the review criteria that speaks to benefits and how that criterion could be considered in light of benefits that have been proposed in excess of or outside the scope of impacts.
Yes.
Okay. So, Commissioners, I believe that would be a proper legal question for an executive session. To the extent that the board votes to go into executive session, the citation is 24-6-402, paren 4, paren B, and that's for the purpose of legal discussions on legal questions.
Did you say, thank you, Bill, the citation is 24-6-4024B?
Correct.
Yeah. Commissioner Stevens, you want to take a stab at the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move that this board go into executive session as allowed by Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-4024B for the purpose of consulting with an attorney about
I guess the scope of the county's review criteria with respect to benefits.
Okay. The scope of the attorney's, I'm sorry, I should write it down, I guess.
The scope of the county's review criteria with respect to project benefits.
Okay, for the purpose of discussing the scope of this county's review criteria with
respect to project
benefits.
Is that satisfactory, Mr.
Yes,
County Attorney?
I believe so.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Before we vote on that motion, Commissioner Shattuck McNally, how much time do you anticipate we need for this executive session discussion?
Mr. Rasu, our county attorney, is 10 to 15 minutes too much? I mean, I think I could get some questions asked and answered in 10 minutes.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I would like to suggest 10 minutes, please.
Okay, that's fine.
So there is a motion on the table. Any further discussion, colleagues? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes. It's 8:27 p.m. Let's try to come back in 10 minutes, 8:37 p.m. I guess you all have an opportunity to stretch your legs. Again, thank you all for your patience. We did not make any decisions, so there's not a need to summarize our conversation, but it was helpful to clarify a few things. So at this time, we'll open it up to questions from the commissioners, and we'll begin with Commissioner Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the first question I'm going to ask, because we did hear from a couple property owners, and they referenced the review criteria of the Land Use Code 10.9.1A O and T. I'm thinking about the alfalfa hay farmer that we heard from on the first night. So was really concerned about impacts to farming, and then we heard from somebody today that was also questioning some of the impacts on the roads and areas around his property, and he wasn't a person that had been spoken to, I guess. So I'm just wondering if someone from your staff can just talk a little bit to mitigating the impacts for the people who felt like that they weren't quite mitigated enough. And I'm thinking of, like I said, the alfalfa hay farmer, and then the person that talked about some of the impacts to the road and the wideness of what's going to be dug up, and maybe can someone speak to that? Thank you.
Commissioner Carolyn White, and before we start, if I may, just process question. If it's all right, we'd like to answer questions from the table so that way we don't all have to run up, since each question might require a different person to answer it. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Emily Hunt to speak to that. She's the one who's had the majority of the property owner outreach. But one thing I just wanted to highlight that is a partial response to your question, and that had to do with the property owner who spoke tonight, for whom the pipeline doesn't cross his property, but it is in the roadway near his property. And he was asking, sort of how you're going to accommodate all these other things that are also in the roadway or adjacent to the roadway. That is one of the reasons why we are asking for the modifications to condition number 7 that we are proposing, because once actual survey data is obtained for the places where that's going to cross the property, and we identify other obstacles, it may be necessary to move it plus or minus 10 feet or 50 feet or something like that. So I just wanted to mention that. And the other thing I wanted to mention is a timing issue, and that is for all of these property owners, the final agreements have not been signed or entered into, and they wouldn't be until after the conclusion of this process. So I would say it is Thornton's intention to pay for and fully mitigate any damage, but it hasn't happened yet. It is not going to be complete before the 1041 process. So with that, let me ask Emily to answer about the specific property owners you referenced.
I will start, and Gerald might jump in with a little bit more technical information if we end up needing it. But the map on the screen you see right now is the property owned by Mr. Steidel, whom we heard from a couple of weeks ago. I think he's here tonight. He's here tonight as well. And let me just orient you a little bit. The white dashed line is the original NISP alignment, which they came and applied to you for and received approval for. As Carolyn mentioned, they do have the ability in their application to move their alignment within a property as long as the property owner is okay. So my understanding, and I would very much ask Mr. Seidel to correct me if I misrepresent his discussions with NISP, but my understanding is once Mr. Seidel became aware that Northern was on his property, they had some preliminary discussions which ended up moving the NISP alignment to the pink and white dashed line that you see. And so it comes towards Mr. Seidel's property from the west and then crosses. Mr. Seidel does, and this is a trust, I believe. They do own both that property with the crop circle as well as the one to the north of the NISP alignment. But that is a property line. And so my understanding is that in consultation with NISP and Mr. Seidel, they decided to route the NISP alignment to the east across that property line versus south, because I think Box Elder, I think there's some sort of drainage or ditch that goes through there. So we were aware of that when we met with Mr. Steidel. He talked to us about his plans for that future northern section, and definitely understand that it cuts through properties that he owns, but it is on a property alignment. And then you see it is tight. The two pipelines kind of diagonally go towards the, my directions, the southeast right there. And Mr. Steidel is an alfalfa farmer, and that is a crop that isn't like corn in that you take it out of production one year, and then you put it right back in the next year and you're good to go. And so we understand that. Thornton owns 18,000 acres of farmland, and we work with farmers, several of whom do grow alfalfa. So we're very familiar with the disruption to alfalfa farming that can occur with these sorts of things, and understand that crop damages in this instance may actually span several years because it takes time to get that recovered. In our easement negotiations, not only do we pay for that non-exclusive easement, we also pay for those crop damages. And if they are multi-year damages, we pay for those multi-year damages. Mr. Steidel in his letter asked for three things to be considered. The first is to minimize the extent of separation between Thornton's and Northern's pipeline. We've had discussions with Northern about that. That's our intention as well, to just try to get those two as close together as technically possible. So that's something we believe we can accommodate, but obviously it requires the participation of a third party that is not here tonight, but we do believe that we've had conversations with Northern that's both our intentions. The second request was to co-construct, same time, same thing. That is our intention. You have the letter from NISP, Northern, in your record about their intention to co-construct. They did have some caveats that may make that not possible, but we do intend to move forward in good faith with Northern and Thornton to co-construct so that there's only one disturbance. And then the last was simply to be treated fairly, to be compensated for his property, the easement, as well as the crop damages. And as Carolyn mentioned, we have not even begun those discussions with him yet, but that would be our intention, to make sure that we understand the entire impact on Mr. Title's property, not just in terms of the easement that we're requiring, but any impact it might have on his farming practice. So I think we understand his concerns, definitely understand his frustrations, and really appreciate the time that he spent discussing these with us and presenting us with some conditions that he think would be protective of him. I would just once again reiterate the importance of that condition number 7 that we would like to put in the record, in as a condition of approval. It is protective of property owners. It's not necessarily condition Thornton's asking for us. It's protective of property owners, and it allows us to make adjustments once we get survey and once we have real in-depth property owners to make those adjustments so that it is the least impactful to their property. So I think I'll end with that unless there's anything else you'd like to hear about Mr. Steidel's property.
I just want to follow up with that condition. The flexibility, it allows some flexibility, but it stays within that particular piece of property. So it wouldn't be like, I would really prefer you to dig up my neighbor's yard.
Correct. It has to stay. And let me add one piece of clarification to that condition that actually your staff brought up as we were talking about this with them. There is an additional term that NISP doesn't have in theirs, and that is, for example, exactly what happened here with Mr. Steidel's, or like who's to the west there, Gerald? Is that of Steidel? Who's to the west? What's to the west?
West of Steidel, south of Thornton.
Oh, it's us. It goes right through us. But for example, if we had worked out with a property owner to go along a different property boundary, and now all of a sudden there's a neighbor that is across the street from the pipeline that didn't think they were going to be across the street from the construction before. They were notified because they were within the notice, but maybe they didn't pay attention because they didn't see the pipeline across the street. The precondition that we're proposing actually adds a notice provision to that adjacent resident to say, hey, we're in this, we've moved the alignment with the input of the property owner, and now you might be across from it. So we've agreed to reach out to that resident and make them aware of this change. So that is a new condition that, again, is actually more protective of adjacent property owners. So,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaddock McNally, your turn.
Well, it wasn't going to be my first question, but maybe I will ask it since Commissioner Stevens, another one that since Commissioner Stevens opened that question. With Mr. Seidel's farm, the cumulative impacts, well, if I might, there's two questions there. First, you talked about that condition 7, if you're able to work and then rearrange the alignment within that to kind of collocate, what kind of process, besides with working with the property owners, would you have to notify the county and how is what is involved? What would the count? I don't know if this is for the staff or for the applicant, but what kind of process would the county be notified or be involved with that process, and how would that look without if that so happened?
Yes, so I can answer that, start answering that. Let me get the condition language as it's currently written in front of me. Okay, got it. So the condition language as it is currently recommended by staff is that the applicant shall consider minor adjustments in the routing of the pipeline to avoid or minimize impact on wetlands or their buffers as required by Land Use Code Section 4.4.2. Any such relocation may not increase adverse impacts to adjacent residents. Approval of county staff shall be required for any such adjustments. So the condition as it's currently written focuses primarily on adjustments in the alignment that avoid wetland impacts. It does not necessarily extend to or allow for deviations in the alignment to respond to preferences of property owners, things like that. Staff has reviewed the proposed condition that Thornton has proposed and would recommend different language than what Thornton has proposed, and would be willing to have that conversation if that's something that you'd like to see and discuss. But essentially the process that it would go through is for any 1041 permit, if there's a deviation under the during the construction or prior to the construction, we would review it to determine whether it's a technical revision or whether it requires an amendment to the 1041 permit. And a technical revision can be, that determination can be made by the director, the community development director, and would be approved at the staff or denied at the staff level. Anything that's considered a permit amendment would go back to the Board of County Commissioners. So it's a matter of degree of whether there's an increase in intensity of the impact. And like I said, that's a condition where we're prepared to offer some alternative language for consideration if there's a desire from the commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask one other question that's associated, that's really closely related to Mr. Seidel's property, if I might, since we're on this topic, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Steidel's been there a long time and obviously a very good agricultural producer and long-term resident, and obviously cares about the impacts on his farm and his neighbors. And so alfalfa, disrupting it and even paying for his crop losses or his damage, I don't know what kind of conditions or impacts are to the soil health, because if he's not farming that year, and I don't know if I don't know if he's there he is, the soil health and what kind of mitigation or cost to him to help. So if he's not farming the alfalfa, what kind of soil health amendments or issues? Because if you're not the reason I ask is because I have a little bit of experience with kind of soil health stuff with my things, and so I'm wondering what kind of mitigation efforts or thoughts have been thought, or Mr. Steidel has talked about, if you're not farming that land with that crop, and then there's the soil conditions change with evaporation, or if there's other mitigation or not just the crop loss, but actually the conditions of the soil health, so that if he does, and then there's the cumulative impacts. If you can't co-construct or co-locate, then there's more disruption for those crops multiple years, and then what in the meantime to help him maintain soil health and quality to grow very robust agriculture, especially in changing climate conditions. Is that a condition, a mitigation factor that maybe ask this of staff and of the applicant? Is that something we should consider as impacts for the disruption on some of these crops and these farmers and producers or the landowners? Is not only just the not growing the crop and losing that revenue, it's also kind of the really hard work of maintaining the health of the soil and that rotation and those things like that.
That is something that if you're interested in exploring a condition around that, we could take a look at that. But I would defer to the applicant to see if they have any practices they'd like to share, mitigation measures already planned.
Before we go to the applicant, I just want to weigh in here because I understood from the comments earlier from Emily Hunt that there have been conversations with Mr. Steidl, because this is, I think it's a concern we all share, regarding, so 4.5 miles of the proposed pipeline for Thornton, the water project, is scheduled to be co-located with the NISP. And I believe in reading the April 1st letter from Mr. Steidl and other information, he indicated that about 1 mile of that would be on his land. And what I thought I heard is that there's agreement, or at least in principle, or it's not on paper yet, for reducing the reference to lateral separation. I thought I heard that you all were, NISP was open to conversations about actually building that stretch of the pipeline simultaneously, and then of course the fair and reasonable negotiations. Maybe you could expand on that, make sure we heard that correctly. And I think that gets a little bit to Commissioner's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. So if I may, first and foremost, the way that the potential impact on Mr. Steidl's property would be mitigated would be as described by minimizing the distance between the two, so thereby reducing the amount of total area of his land that might be impacted, right? Instead of 50 feet plus 50 feet plus the construction easement, maybe that could be reduced somewhat. And also the timing, the construction timing, as was discussed, we're going to do everything we can to coordinate with NISP, understanding that it's not 100% within our control. But that actually is one of the reasons why we proposed the language that we proposed for condition 7, which is the exact same language that NISP has in their approval. So NISP has the ability to move the pipeline plus or minus a little bit in order to accommodate the property owner's desires. And if we are going to co-locate with NISP in that area, and if we are going to minimize impact on Mr. Steidl, if we don't have the exact same flexibility that NISP has, it might be more challenging to be able to narrow the distance as much as would be desirable and coordinate the timing as much as would be desirable. So that's sort of the first way we're going to mitigate it. But there's also a more technical soils related answer that I want to let Emily share with you because she's the most knowledgeable about that.
Thanks.
Well, I know some things about it. I'm not the most knowledgeable, but I will, Commissioner Shattuck-McNally, let me start by saying that, as I mentioned, Thornton is a landowner up there, and we have a lot of land that is farmed, and we have a lot of disturbances on our land from pipelines, other easements. So we have farmers that we are very interested in making sure that they're kept whole. And so I appreciate and we understand what you're speaking to about how, you can't just throw soil on top of a pipeline and have your alfalfa spring back up just like that. So in practice, we understand that. And then technically speaking, what happens is that topsoil is stockpiled on site. We can work with the property owner to decide how deep they actually want that topsoil to be removed. So it's stored on site, and then it is it's put back onto the pipeline when we cover it back up. We are also obligated to restore the site to pre-existing conditions. And that means the ability to continue to grow crops on it. So while a lot of those pre-existing conditions, to your point, are in the soil column and not just on the surface, that's something that we do have experience with and is in our application about that topsoil stockpiling. And again, I just reiterate, we find ourselves on the other side, on Mr. Steidel's side of the equation more often than not, and are very appreciative of those kinds of comments and the need to make sure that ag land is viable after these disturbances come through.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, and I was just looking for the right number, that topsoil stockpiling is a condition of approval. I'm looking at Mr. Barnett because I think you wrote that condition, and I just don't remember what condition number it is. So I think
I believe it's 68, but it wasn't, for me, it was 68. I've kind of highlighted it here because, and so for me, it just seemed maybe needed a little more discussion about soil health. And so topsoil for me and, how it's stored and all that, I just wanted to kind of, just something that I wanted to ask a little bit more about because topsoil to me is component of soil health, but not really soil health. So thank you.
So I believe it's my turn. While we're on the subject of this particular property, I bring up a couple of other issues I think that Mr. Steidel raised. But before I do that, I'm not an engineer. I'm just a regular person. But when we're talking about digging a trench to put a 42-inch pipeline for 1 mile on his property, and all of the potential disruption, and I get it that you'll do your best to minimize, but then coming back and then covering it up, and then coming back and digging another hole and putting in another pipe, that's what I'm hoping that somehow there's a way to address that. That does not make sense to me, and yet I know there's probably a lot of technical aspects to that, but is there some level of assurance that that's what you're going to try to work towards? Can NISP put in, while you're potentially digging up your trench, there's discussion about NISP putting in their section of pipe on that co-location section?
Well, I think that if to the extent their question is from an engineering perspective, is it technically possible? I think we should let Gerald from Jacobs Engineering answer that. But I just would remind us all that the NISP approval is presently in the courts right now.
I know.
So our timing, it may be that we are not able to coordinate from a timing perspective.
I did think about that. Was your engineering person? I think technically it's probably possible. Would you like to speak to that, sir?
Gerald, would you address that?
Thank you.
My name's Gerald Simpson with Jacobs Engineering, and I've been supporting Thornton on this project since 2013. I've been in the industry for 39 years, and with respect to this particular question, it is technically possible that we can bring the pipelines together. It would be preferable if we build them both at the same time, but we can also do them individually. If we had to go first and they came in, we could tighten up the separation between them. Does that answer your question?
Well, I think that there are a lot of variables here,
Yes.
but it sounds like there's reasonable good intention to try to make that work, and recognizing that the other matter is in the courts and everything else. Let me, if I may, and then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Stevens if she'd like to continue. I believe Mr. Steidel brought up two other points. One was, and maybe you addressed this earlier, Emily, but I didn't hear it. One was he was saying that in one of the attachment B, the NISP alignment, the engineering route analysis for the NISP alignment is incorrect. And then the second issue that he raised, and thank you for listening, was with regard to the Cobb Lake Regional Water Treatment Facility and having read or learned that they are potentially planning to put in 20 miles of pipes and a lot of pipes there. How does that all work together?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think on the first, and Gerald might need to jump in with this one. I believe what Mr. Steidel was referring to. Remember when I showed you the map that had the original NISP alignment that was in white, and then there was a revised alignment in pink.
Can we put that back up, please? Can you folks do that? Yeah, I know what you're referring to, Emily.
I think, Gerald, you might need to help me, and Rick, you might need to help me.
I think what Mr. Steidel was referring to was a comment on the staff report that showed.
Thank you, sir.
As Emily described previously, the white dashed line is what showed up in the staff report. And I believe that was what Mr. Steidel was commenting, that was incorrect because he'd had conversations with Northern to get to the pink-white dash line. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I believe so, and therefore it's been corrected.
Yes.
All right. Then what about the concern regarding the Cobb Lake Regional Water Treatment Facility and what is being proposed there?
Yeah, and I'm afraid that that is not something that we know much about. I think it's in the very early stages of its design, and so I think we would need to look into that a little bit. I don't know that they've. Yeah, it's not part of our project, first of all, and I'm not aware of what they're planning there. So, but I understand the concern for sure of the cumulative impacts. If I can pause just a minute and see if anybody else on our team.
Oh, and Commissioner John Barnett can provide a little bit of information about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
That water treatment authority is put together by Fort Collins Loveland Water District, Town of Windsor, Town of Eaton, and Town of Severance. And believe the treatment plant would be located actually in Weld County.
And where would the pipes be located? Because Cobb Lake is in Larimer County.
There would be pipelines that would extend from the lake eastward over the Weld County line. And then once the water's gone through the treatment plant, it would go, and I'm not sure, I don't know if they've done any planning on the exact routing of pipes.
That's helpful. I would offer that it would be a good idea to maybe ensure that there's some level of communication, regarding these proposed projects, recognizing it's not part of the Thornton Water Project. Thank you. I believe you've answered my questions for now. Commissioner Stevens, thank you for your patience.
Sure. So kind of posing another question that I heard come up when we were hearing public comment. Concerns about noxious weed impacts. You did talk about, and Commissioner Shattuck McNally talked about soil health, but talking about like eroding soil, places being impossible to vegetate, revegetate. Can you just speak to that a little bit around, the plan is that you would restore things as the way they are, but there's some doubt, at least in the community, that can happen. And can you just speak to, the questions that were posed?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Commissioner. I think my first response would be that Thornton is actually constructing this pipeline already in Weld County. We have 7 miles of pipeline that has been in the ground for several years now. We do have experience restoring successfully in those areas, and we would continue to use those same practices. I would also just kind of reiterate our experience with revegetation in general. We have revegetated over 6,000 acres of previously irrigated land to native grasses or dryland grasses, and so it's something that we are very experienced with doing. I have a note here.
Additionally, Commissioner, ensuring that the revegetation is properly completed in conformance with the plans as submitted is one of the conditions of approval, over which the county has enforcement, through its normal code enforcement powers. So you'll have the ability to inspect and ensure that it is completed to the standards that we agreed on.
Thank you. Do you feel like this soil is, there any kind of different in the way that anything beyond what you've experienced before and I know that it takes a while for some of those native plants to take, honestly, if they've been, especially, so can you just speak to that a little bit about if you think the soil composition is different, that this would be more difficult in this particular area?
Thank you for that question. I think our experience, my response is slightly anecdotal. We obviously haven't surveyed the pipeline. We haven't done any kind of geotech. We don't know the soils exactly in every place. Again, I would go back to Thornton's experience in farming and revegetating throughout Larimer and Weld County, that we appreciate and understand those differences and adjustments that need to be made in order to make the crop or the grasses successfully take. And then I just go back to what Carolyn mentioned, that we're on the hook. we're on the hook through code compliance and that sort of thing to make sure that the revegetation is successful, even if some of those plants might take longer. So is that responsive to your question?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Shaddock McNally.
I'm trying to stay in the same vein so we don't jump all over. Not the questions I wanted to order, but I wanted to ask a couple questions talking about impacts of soil and kind of this canal ecosystem. So first question, and I'll just preface that I know a little bit about this. So just who would I ask who knows if that canal is got some kind of water level all year round, whether it's like a trickle or full flow when they're taking as much off in the river. I mean, who would I ask that to? Would that be Thornton, or should I ask both of you, or?
Yes, if the applicant would like to respond to that, they may have the most accurate information.
Thank you. WISC, you heard the letter from the WISC president, and he specifically mentioned concerns about winter operations. The canal does not operate in the winter. There might be occasional low spots that have water in it in the winter time, but it is dry in the winter. Its normal season of operation is mid to late May to August. And then it is dry. They're not delivering water to agriculture because nobody's farming. And so any remaining water is kind of standing water that eventually evaporates through the winter. I can talk a little bit more, if I may, about the protections that Thornton is required to maintain in the canal, not just through our water court decree, but also through our agreement with WISC, if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. Could we pull up, I hate to ask this, but may I have the map of that canal or where the...
Yes.
I hate to ask, but I'm a kind of a visual kind of learner, questioner, and I hate to ask, not to throw you for a loop, but because I think that you had mentioned that it's some of the water still going down the canal and it's not going under, so I just need to kind of see that photo. And
may I have a couple seconds to find the map?
If that would be okay with Mr. Chair, I'd like to look at the map as we're asking that question, if that would be okay. I was trying to look for it here, but I was having trouble finding it myself. So
I think the best map is in the rebuttal. Patty, if you can just kind of look for one of the maps that shows the farms that we were putting, when we were talking about benefits. I think that's a pretty, 21 maybe? This at least is I think it has the canal on it. 21, does it have the canal on it, Gerald?
I'm just going to test my mic. Is my mic okay? I guess some people are having trouble hearing me. You can hear me okay? Okay.
So this map should at least show the canal through Larimer County. Obviously, it moves out east into Weld County.
Yeah, that's the map. Thank you.
Yeah, so, okay, Cache La Puta River is the dark blue line that's kind of diagonal off the map. The slightly thinner blue line that comes off of the canal at the left side, or off the river at the left side of the map, that is the Larimer County Canal. Are you following where I'm looking?
I'm trying to look at the one in front of me on my screen.
Okay.
Can you orient me maybe with the numbers of the farms? There we go.
Yeah, so that's the canal.
Yep.
Right there. And so the canal serves Larimer County farms, as you can see, several of Thornton's farms as well as other farms. And then it crosses the county line right at where you kind of see the red hashed mark.
Okay.
And then it moves on out into Weld County, basically all the way out to Highway 85. So the bulk of the irrigation does occur in Weld County. It is a big canal. It's wide and it's long and serves a lot of irrigated agriculture. Is that helpful to see that map? Would you mind if I move to a bullet slide now? Or do you have other questions about this?
Real quick, how long has this canal been in existence?
So the Water Supply and Storage Company has been in existence since the late 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
This canal would have been built cumulatively, but I believe that this is. I would need to get you the exact facts, but the laterals all the way out in Weld County have existed at least since the early 1900s.
And for sure, we know that in the winter, and in the fall, this canal just completely is shut off and goes completely dry.
So that's correct. Water Supply and Storage Company's water rights do not allow for diversion in the wintertime.
Okay. So I'm ready if you want to move on to the next slide.
Do you guys remember what slide we were at before with the ditch company protections? So the water court process is all designed to make sure that an entity can, in this case Thornton, can change the use of a water right. So in this case it was agricultural to municipal use. And the objective of the water court process is to make sure that other water rights holders are not injured. They basically can't tell that we've changed the use or the location of use. And there's several protections that make that make sure that Thornton is on the hook for ensuring those protections. So in the water rights decree, you guys there yet? 57. These are just some of the protections that we have. We are obligated to under our water rights decree. We have to maintain ditch losses in the WISC system. So as one of the public testimony said, it takes water to move water. She's 100% correct. The less water that's in a ditch, the harder it is to move that water in the ditch, the more likely there is for seepage and evaporation. The water court process takes care of all of that because all of those remaining shareholders have to make sure that they continue to get the water that they were entitled to, even though Thornton might be doing something different with its water rights. So we have to maintain ditch losses in the canal. We have to ensure that deliveries can be made to all of the shareholders in timing and location and amount, period. We're obligated under the Water Court Decree, and we're also obligated under our 1986 agreement with WISC that in order to make those deliveries, that is all on Thornton. If it costs more money, if there's improvements that need to be made, the municipal providers have to make those improvements so that the agricultural shareholders are not burdened by the transfer. So Water Court Decree, 1986 agreement with WISC, we just simply can't negatively impact other shareholders. as I mentioned, we can put structures in the canal to make sure that that water continues to be delivered. This is also the reason why we are not able to deliver water year round, even if we wanted to in the ditch, which is actually one of Thornton's requirements for the project. We need to be able to deliver this water year round. Water can't be delivered in the ditch year round because historically it hasn't been. And it changes operations. Farmers don't need water in November or January, so it's just out of season for them. It's really the water court's jurisdiction for these canal impacts, and it is a rigorous one, and it's one that all water rights holders that do agricultural to municipal changes are subject to. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I have a little bit of build on to that. Just real quick, just related to that real quick, if I might.
Real quick, because we were talking about rotating.
Yeah, I know, but I can bring back what I just thought since I have you on this. So, this question came to mind. I was hiking up in Rocky Mountain National Park this weekend, trying to clear my head and de-stress for just a few hours. Just a few hours I asked for myself this weekend, and I was thinking, I've hiked that area for all my life. I know a lot of those areas like the back of my hand, and was looking at these. You mentioned about wetlands, and this canal is not a habitat. Wetlands. I kind of disagree. I think if it's not looked at, there's certain areas in Rocky Mountain Park that only these wetlands and lakes appear in the spring or in high water season, and so that migratory pattern, the wildlife that have come out of spring and expect that water to be there, especially if it's been there since the 1800s. So there's a lot of wildlife that for almost 200 years maybe have been used to seeing some kind of yearly annual water. Wetlands, and wetlands don't have to be present with water at a certain level all year round, in my experience, in my education, my thoughts on that. So when I see some things here about not impacting wetlands along the canal, or that's not a critical habitat, how do you feel like you've met that criteria? Because I feel that is still an established wildlife corridor and habitat, and a critical songbird. I mean, I could go down the list. I think you know where I'm going. So I'm just curious, how do you feel you have met that criteria, or that comments on that, to me, critical habitat and environment?
Commissioner, if I may, I think you're referencing two separate criteria. There's one about not impacting habitat, and then there's also one about not impacting rivers, streams, and wetlands. And the one that I spoke to at the podium a moment ago was the one not impacting rivers, streams, and wetlands, and that's 10.9.1F. And what I said was that the canal is not a river, stream, or wetland. And what I mean by that is wetland in the sense of a delineated year-round wetland, defined, jurisdictional, right? Like the report requires us to address. But I'm certainly not saying that there isn't seasonal habitat that springs up around the canal when there's water there. I'm sure you're right about that. I think what I was trying to say was, first of all, it is seasonal because there's only water there certain times of the year. It's not year round. And it's also not going to be impacted by this project because, as Emily just pointed out, there are all these other obligations about how we have to maintain certain levels of water in the canal that are very specific, such that there will not be a reduction in water that would affect the habitat as a result of this project. And I also compared it to other projects you have recently approved, which also use this canal, which will be removing all of their water, and they did not conduct an analysis of the wildlife in the canal either. We did do a very thorough wildlife report related to the other criterion that speaks to habitat more broadly, and that is along the pipeline route. And I'd be delighted to talk about that a little bit if you'd like to have that conversation, but I sense that we're maybe just focusing on the canal right now.
Yes, we're just focusing on the cow right now. I'll get to that later, and I want to respect that we're trying to take turns because
Understood.
I could build on this for a little bit. So I will go ahead and pause on this and allow my colleague to have a question. Thank you.
Just really quick on criterion F about avoiding impacts to wetlands, what is showing on the screen right now is the mapped wetlands that were identified as part of the not the delineation process, because the full delineation process hasn't occurred yet. It will occur if this permit is granted, but the identified wetlands that were mapped out as part of the site selection process. And what you can see on this map is certain places where it is not possible to avoid crossing a wetland. And you see other places where the site selection preferred route was routed in a different way in order to avoid impacting a wetland. And this graphic illustrates what I was speaking about, how this project complies with that criterion as it relates to first avoid, then minimize, then mitigate impacts to wetlands. So you see we avoided wherever we could. In places where we can't, we're going to be minimizing, like crossing it in the narrowest place possible, having the least amount of impact during construction, and then mitigation and in terms of restoration and revegetation and the follow-up and monitoring that will happen after the fact. Did that answer that question?
Yes, that did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I don't want to lose sight of the comments made tonight by Mr. Anthony and also in writing regarding the situation with his farm and what's been referred to as the pinch point. And I'd like to get your understanding. There's a couple of things that he brought up. One is that when he was showing the pictures, speaking of wetlands, he mentioned that the proposed pipe would go along County Road 56 on the north side, I believe, and for a certain length, and that there was looked like there was some pretty extensive wetlands there. So I'm hoping you can speak to that. But I'm also hoping it's come up before, the issue of the, and it's condition number 76. I'd like to get clarification on condition number 76, both from staff and you all. And I think it was revised from what came out of the Planning Commission. But condition number 76 basically says, provide evidence of coordination with the State Colorado Division of Dam Safety to address safety concerns raised by the Windsor Reservoir Company at the time this condition shall be met with submittal of the technical review application. I think from the Planning Commission, it just said they would show evidence that they've reached out to them. But I believe this condition say they will resolve the issue. So I'd like clarification on that, because I think that's important. And I think the Windsor Reservoir Company folks have expressed concerns about that. And then also going back to the wetlands, and I'll pause there for a moment. Hopefully that is clear, reasonably clear. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so I think there's a question about the condition specifically, but also you would like to have us address the concerns raised by Mr. Anthony as it relates to that pinch point in particular and how the routing will be handled in that location.
And in particular, the matter of consulting with the Division of Dam Safety, and is your understanding of the condition that any safety concerns will be addressed? Because what I understand is if the pipe gets too close to where the dam is, or there's a really high water table there, those kinds of things.
So, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to ask Gerald Simpson of Jacobs Engineering to address the technical questions. But as it relates to Condition 76 itself, we did submit a letter to staff and to the record requesting some minor wordsmithing of that condition. We absolutely we're planning on consulting with the Division of Dam Safety and all the other stakeholders, including the other water users. I'm a little concerned about a condition that says you must make everyone happy so they have no more concerns ever, only because you can't control what concerns third parties might continue to have, even if all the technical issues might potentially be raised. Ultimately, as it relates to construction in close proximity of a dam, the Division of Dam Safety is the ultimate authority.
And I think that's how it could be resolved.
Indeed.
And that is that if it's to the satisfaction of the Division of Dam Safety, that whatever mitigation or adjustments need to be made, then I'm suggesting that would, that's what I'd like to see come out of that condition of approval, not that you just sent them a letter. And I realize you can't make everybody happy. We're learning that through this process, I suspect. So I just want some assurance that the safety concerns that have been raised, not just by Mr. Anthony, but other folks along County Road 56, especially at that pinch point, are addressed, engineering-wise, et cetera. And then there was that matter of the wetlands that he was showing us pictures of.
So I think we'd certainly be comfortable with wordsmithing that condition to clarify that we would resolve any issues raised by the Division of Dam Safety, and that the Dam Safety Division is the ultimate authority on approval or not approval in that location. And if you want to talk about any of the technical issues of the criteria applicable to construction of a pipeline in proximity to a dam, then I would turn it over to Gerald Simpson.
Is your engineer really chomping at the bit to explain that a little bit? Could you give us just a Cliff Notes version, please?
Well, it's the Division of Dam Safety regulates, and so we've always planned to coordinate our final design with the Division of Dam Safety, that they have the final say-so. A lot of people have testified that, you can't construct close to a dam. Well, there are improvements that have been constructed out there that are in close proximity of the dam. At least one of the towers for the Tri-States generation is not very far from the toe of the dam. And in fact, the Windsor Reservoir, they did improvements in 2002 to both of the outlets. And there's been testimony that people believe there's going to be a conflict with the outlets. Well, the outlet between Reservoir 8 and Annex Reservoir number 8 has 30 feet of cover over it. We'll be well above that. And then the outlet from Windsor 8 to Elder has 17 feet of cover over the top of it. Now, there are utilities, and part of the detailed design is to work with the utility companies to get physical locations. I think Mr. Anthony testified about our work limits being 90 feet. That's not true in the right-of-way. When we're on a private easement, to expedite the construction process, to get it done as quickly as possible, having 90 feet of work limits helps us do that. When we get into right-of-way, our work limits will be the right-of-way limits, with the provision that we have to maintain one lane of traffic at all times. Does that provide a thumbnail?
Yes, that's helpful. Can someone speak to, I think there was a reference to, and maybe you've addressed this, sir, a high water table, or when it rains, the road floods, and how does that impact things? And then, again, going back, I don't think we've addressed the wetlands issue.
You want me to go?
Thank you for accommodating us.
The groundwater construction of a pipeline, underground work, we encounter groundwater all the time, and we have to handle it. And I think part of the testimony was from Mr. Anthony was that these were clay soils. So to lower the water table in a clay soil is relatively easy compared to a very sandy soil. In which case, this dam location, you wouldn't want to build it on sandy soils. You want to have it on clay soils. So handling the groundwater is not a particular issue. Once we build our pipeline, we have provisions to prevent the groundwater from migrating along our pipe. They're called trench plugs, so that we're not impacting the groundwater. Now, with respect to the wetlands, I think Mr. Anthony is referring to the wetlands on Mr. Thompson's property, which is west of this location, and I'm not sure if we have a map.
And while he's looking for that, I'll just mention that those trench blocks to prevent impacting groundwater also has been made into a condition of approval by staff, with which we agree.
Okay. So on this figure here, the yellow is our pipeline alignment, and there's been testimony about crossing Mr. Thompson's line or property. We are actually parallel and abutting the Tri-States generation transmission line. So there's already a diagonal across his property, and to minimize the cumulative impact, we're abutting it, being in that same impact area. Once we get down to County Road 56, we turn to the northeast, and that's where that photograph was taken approximately, is that there's a wetlands there. And that wetlands is a result, there's a culvert under the road, but water backs up. And we have our wetlands mitigation plan in the application of how we will mitigate that. Now, I think Mr. Anthony also testified about a 90-foot wide trench. Well, it's not 90 feet wide. It's probably 7.5, 8.5 feet wide. The work limits are 90 feet, and that is the area where we will have to do restoration of the wetlands. And do we want?
Sure.
Do you want to?
Good evening. I'm Courtney Marn. I'm with ERO Resources Corporation. I'm a biologist and I have about 15 years of experience. So yes, as Joe mentioned, there is a wetland mitigation plan, in which case, that plan is a condition of approval. Prior to conducting the construction, there would be a wetland delineation conducted in compliance with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers manual to measure and map those limits and the species. And then in which case, as part of the mitigation plan, there would be post-construction monitoring for at least 2 times a year for 2 years. And that includes native restoration of species and, determining and making sure that hydrology, soils, and wetland vegetation are back to pre-construction conditions.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevens.
Can I just ask one question that's, it's kind of going back a little bit, but when, in some of the conditions that we have, like with regarding to restoring things to pre-existing conditions, so with regard to vegetation and such, it mentions a warranty period in our general conditions. Does that get determined later, what that warranty period is, knowing that sometimes some of these grasses or things that have to be redone take a bit to happen? So that was one question that I had of staff.
Yes, so we often require warranties on development projects for any number of improvements or commitments that an applicant is making as part of their application. It's very common when there's infrastructure being installed, roads, sidewalks, things like that we need to ensure get properly constructed. But we can also collect warranty for vegetation, landscaping, revegetation, and John Burnett can speak a little bit more to that condition.
Yeah, these are, this type of warranty is based on our landscape standards, and within those are environmental restoration standards that would be applying to this whole project.
And that warranty would be tied to some success criteria and best management practices that would be identified during the technical review process. So those construction specifications and practices would be detailed out. The success criteria would be detailed out, so that it's clear when that, how long, when that warranty could be released, when that success criteria has been achieved on a site. And that would relate to presence of noxious weeds, coverage of landscaping on the site, presence of the desirable species, and other criteria.
Thank you. No, and some of these questions, they're in the packet, but the packet was dense. And for the general public who may have not, read all 3,000 pages, I think, and as they ask those questions, I think it's important to get them answered and out there in the public. And I feel like I'm saving folks from reading 3,000 pages. So thank you. Thanks for that answer. Do you want me to ask another question that's on a different topic? All right, here I go. So there's a lot of folks asking questions about carbon emissions, climate issues, carbon from the pumping plant, the carbon that would so the carbon impact from installing the pipeline in general, and then let's start there. How do you in looking at mitigation, I didn't see a lot about kind of climate and some of those concerns, so maybe you can talk about that.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And I might also, specifically in response to your question about climate change, I want to just mention the City of Thornton's plan to use the Envision framework as it constructs this pipeline and implements this project over the time period. And, time didn't really permit us to give a lot of detail about that. We have just a couple quick slides we'd like to share with you along those lines. For those that are not familiar with the Envision framework, you might think of it as being somewhat similar to LEED certification for construction of buildings, only it's intended for infrastructure projects. And so the Envision framework includes a set of sustainability and resilience indicators that has to do with the 5 things listed on this slide, including climate and resilience. And it makes recommendations and establishes a framework for decision-making as the project is implemented to ensure that the choices that are being made throughout the construction of the project and the implementation of the project are choosing the least impactful choice available in each scenario. In any given situation, as it relates to these factors: quality of life, leadership, natural world climate, and so on. I would also just mention specifically as it relates to the pump station, which you mentioned, you might recall we talked a little bit about it in the context of noise, but we also mentioned that there will not be a diesel generator there. It's going to be all electric, and it is also, we are going to seek LEED certification for construction of that building. So that's another way that we're intending to, again, sort of minimize potential impact on climate change. This slide summarizes some of the examples of conservation through design and construction that are part of that Envision framework that will, looks like we have some flickering on the slide there, that will be used by Thornton to guide its implementation of this project throughout its lifetime. In coming up with how Thornton would address this particular criterion and deal with issues such as climate change and sustainability, one of the things that we did was ask staff to provide copies to us of the prior pipelines that you recently considered so we could see how others who came before us and were approved had addressed some of these criteria. Unfortunately, for Newt, which is the one that was considered after the new criteria were adopted, they actually did not have any example for us to follow in this regard. So we came up with the idea of using the Envision framework as the implementation plan for moving forward with the project. Does that answer your question on climate change?
It does, yeah, and especially with regard to the pump station and the no diesel generator, which I believe you mentioned earlier, but I think it's good to just reiterate that.
If I may, you did also ask about sort of how do we tie the public comment to that massive application. And I did just want to mention that there is one other document in the file that we haven't had the opportunity to speak to, in which we tracked all of the public comment received up to the date that we submitted that. So it didn't include tonight's testimony, but earlier today, so all the written comment that was received and all the previous public comment. And we also linked that to where in the packet that specific comment is addressed. We have a chart that addresses all of that. And I think I could bring it up on the screen, or at least the front page of it. But I think you may have also received a paper version of that handout. So I just referenced that to let you know and to let the public know that Thornton listened to every comment that was provided, and we read every letter that was provided. And we looked carefully to see if it has already been addressed, and if so, where, and if not, is there something additional that we need to do or additional information that we need to provide to address it? We took those comments very seriously.
Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to go back to talk to some of the residents' concerns, and I might come back to wetlands, but just get a little break. But I saw on that slide a talk about co-locating as many utilities as possible, which logically makes sense. But we had some residents that was trying to look for, I think it was a woman comment. It was from the April 22nd, 2024. And I wish I was looking for it, where they felt like they're getting, I don't know if she said bullied, or they're the ones that are the least amount of folks. So they get everything gets pushed up there and put in their neighborhood because they have less residents and less, I don't know, you know which one I'm talking about. So I thought about that, and some disproportionately impacted neighborhoods in Denver and other areas, they don't have a lot of voice, and things can tend to be pushed on to their areas because they have the path of least resistance somewhat. And so logically it makes sense to have things co-located for disruption and ease of construction and disruption. But I was thinking about if one neighborhood has this big power line, transmission pipeline, they have all these pipelines. So I'm not sure if this is for staff or for the applicant, but what is the cumulative impacts of having all this utilities in this one neighborhood being kind of put up there because of all the different pathways and things? Is there a point where having this many utilities located in a very dense area of having it impacting on residents and property owners? And how does it impact each other? Because you're all sharing a space, technically. Is there some thoughts of mitigation of the accumulative mitigation and parts on that for those residents, and also on all these other utilities, because the power lines and all these other folks that are up there are going to be impacted somehow by construction, but whether it's your project or other projects. So I'm wondering about those two questions, and because to me that is also part of this minimize. You talked about avoid, minimize, and mitigate. I feel like that's this cumulative impact of having everything kind of pushed into the small areas a concern. It's starting to get late, so and we're all still reeling from the Colorado legislative session right now. So forgive me if I'm not being clear. I'm trying to be clear on this. I hope if I'm not clear, please ask me to clarify. Thank you.
If I may just restate what I think the question is, and then you can tell me if I've got it right or not. I heard two questions. One is, how do you ensure that, just because you've chosen a route which impacts fewer properties, it's not that you're just, choosing a route that has fewer voices or doesn't get to participate, or is maybe underrepresented in terms of the process. So the first part, how do we make sure we didn't just put it where there were the fewest people to complain about it, maybe to oversimplify? And then the second question I heard is, have you analyzed cumulative impacts where your route is adjacent to routes of other existing utilities, particularly in this one northern location. And if I may, I'll do them in sequence and then ask others on the team to jump in. But specifically as to the first question, I want to link it to two of your criteria, right? Criteria A says you have to do everything you can to minimize the impacts to property held by others. And then criterion C, which is the one about considering reasonable alternatives, it says that you have selected an alternative which, minimizes the number of properties that you impact. And so based on that, plus the extensive community outreach that was performed, and I want to just explain that community outreach a little bit, and maybe Todd or Emily would jump in, but when the original community outreach was performed, the letters that were sent and the surveys were sent to 400 plus property owners in a wide swath of all the places it potentially could be located. So it wasn't that the certain property owners had a louder voice than others because there were more of them, right? Everyone that potentially could be impacted by the alternative that was selected was invited to submit their comments and to respond to those surveys. And the same thing at the open houses where we had the stickies, so all of those people were invited, and then the results were tallied. And the clear preference was to choose the route that minimized, that impacted the fewest properties. And there's actually 3 different criteria that were identified by the community feedback that all relate to that. One was the fewest property impacts, one was the fewest access and driveway impacts, and I think the third was the least. What's that? Okay, we're going to pull it up on the screen to show you. But anyway, so I think, the site selection was attempted to be conducted in a way that really addressed the issue you're referencing, which is to ensure that no voice had, more weight than another voice. And when it comes to co-location in particular, I'll just mention that if the preferred alternative that had been selected were fully co-located with NISP, not only would it have impacted significantly more properties, I think the number is 100 something compared to the 17 that we're talking about, it also would have required choosing a different pump station location. And the pump station location was one of the major issues for most of the residents who participated in providing community feedback. So for those reasons, it was decided not to fully co-locate with NISP. And in fact, the fully co-located with NISP route scored very, very low, comparatively speaking. Although, as you know, the preferred alternative does co-locate with NISP along about 40%, 4 miles, in the places where we thought that it made the most sense and impacted the fewest properties. So that addresses the first part of that. Does anyone have anything that needs to be mentioned that I didn't mention about that process of site selection? And okay, and then on the cumulative impacts, the application that we submitted really responded to the criteria, and there isn't a criteria that talks about cumulative impacts based on other utilities already existing there. And the utilities that are either proposed or already approved by you, each have conducted their own independent analysis of their own impact, but I don't think anyone is in a position to analyze in any kind of technical data-driven way the cumulative impact of all of the different utilities that are now there or that might be approved or that have been approved by Larimer County, in totality. Oh, yeah, I think Emily has one thing to add.
Yeah, one thing I would just add is just a reminder that the bulk of Thornton's alignment is on private property. There's only a very small amount of it that's on public right-of-way. And so that's where the individual property owner discussions are just paramount. They're the ones that are experiencing a potential cumulative impact, understanding that, maybe their neighbors have some temporary impacts because of construction, or if it is an actual overhead power line that is a permanent impact. But this is a buried pipeline. After construction, there's no impact except for that property owner who we are dealing one-on-one with and working through their concerns about a cumulative impact. So,
okay, thank you.
So I want to acknowledge that I think it was Mr. Feldman that brought up the issues related to County Road 56. And one of my questions, which I think you've at least attempted to answer, is how much did you consider the historical and cumulative impacts? Because I think it's not just the overhead transmission lines. I believe there are oil and gas lines, and so it seems like that's something we may want to consider as we look at updating maybe some parts of our land use code as it pertains to 1041. If someone could make note of that maybe we should consider cumulative historical impacts on areas or neighborhoods. So I wanted to make that point and acknowledge that. Maybe one other thing regarding property owners. I think there was some input that we received, not tonight, but maybe via email. Some owners on County Road 52, more to the east, I suppose, they talked about on the south side of County Road 52, number 5. I don't know if that's on one of those maps. You have all those numbers. But they talked about the pipeline going right through their property, taking out at least 25 trees and those kinds of things. Would someone speak to that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe you're referring to the comments from Mr. Mowry, who resides on County Road 52. We're going to pull up a map of this just because it helps to see. This portion of the alignment is in the co-located portion where we are proposing to co-locate with NISP. There is a portion where we will also be in the county right-of-way here because it is tight, exactly as Mr. Mowry has described. His comments were he didn't think it was possible that we could have two pipelines in the space that we were discussing it. And so just what we want to point out for reference on this map, there's a lot going on here, but I'll do my best to describe it. The yellow highlighted areas are the work limits. The pink that you see on either side of the road is actually the property boundary, as well as the current right-of-way boundary. And then you'll see kind of a shaded area that's in a box. Are you following my bad descriptions here? So what you can actually see is that those trees that Mr. Mowry was referring to, unfortunately, are not on his property and are actually in the public right-of-way as it is right now, as well as the stock pond just to the west there. So there is, it is tight through here. There are Budweiser lines. We do need to be in the county right-of-way. We have not been able to get survey on this property. Mr. Mowry, the Mowrys haven't granted access to either us or Northern to survey the area, so we aren't exactly sure of what's on the ground, but this is what we've been able to come up with through public record. So there is a chance that those trees will be impacted. However, they are not on his property, and they are currently within public right-of-way.
Speaking of trees, for a moment, if my colleagues will indulge me, the three enormous cottonwood trees along County Road 56, what is going to be their fate?
Gerald, what are you doing with those trees?
It's the ones that Mr. Anthony showed in his picture.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Oh. We can try to figure out what vantage point that was taken from if we could have access to the photo. We're not quite sure.
I could pull it up if you need the photo.
Yeah, I appreciate looking into it.
Sure.
They look like legacy trees, and gets back to climate change and all sorts of things. And then afterwards, we'll do a bit of a time check. I'd like to plow through to finish, but we'll see.
I'm sorry, did you want me to pull the photo up? Is that what we're waiting on, or?
Actually, is it too difficult to pull it up?
No, that's not difficult at all. I can pull that up.
But I think that we would need additional information in order to answer the question, i.e. from what point was the photo taken and where along our route is it located?
And if we do complete the Q&A and all of that this evening, which is my hope, I mean, we'll be done with new information and new evidence. So, yeah, those are the trees. Well, at least we get to see the trees. So I guess my ask would be if you could look at that and.
Yeah, if that's
I'm sorry.
reservoir number 8 in the background, these trees would be on the north side of Weld County Road 56. And there's a point where we go into the right of way, and I'm not 100% sure if it's before these trees or after these trees, because there are some trees that were probably in the work limits, but our hope, our desire is to avoid in the final design, and that's one other reason for that condition of approval number 7 to allow us to make those adjustments.
Thank you. That answers my question. For me at least, there's some level of trust that has to occur here, and I'm going to trust that you'll do your utmost to address the concern.
Chair, could I add one more thing quickly to
Yes.
that?
Sure.
This is an area, as Gerald mentioned, where we are in and out of right-of-way. We could be in right-of-way the entire way through here if there was a priority to preserve these trees. If that were something that the county would like us to do, we believe is technically possible through here. So I just mentioned that.
That'll make our engineering folks a little bit.
Sorry.
But John, would you make note of that, please, and something to consider perhaps? Thank you. Thank you for indulging. It's 10 o'clock. I'm curious, colleagues, do you have a sense of how many more questions you may have? I may have a couple more. And normally we end at 10, but I'm inclined to try to plow on. Commissioner, do you have a sense of how many more questions you might have?
I have probably 7 to 10 more questions, sir.
Say that again?
7 to 10 more questions.
7 to 10 more questions. Oh, and how about you, Commissioner Stevens?
Probably just a couple.
What?
Probably just 2 for me.
All right, let's, we could pretend like we're Fort Collins City Council and just keep going. I'd like to suggest that we do it at 30-minute intervals, and I know you folks have to travel. Everyone has to travel. Let's continue.
Well, Mr. Chair, also, I just respectfully request, I also have to travel, and we have to be back here in the morning, and I just don't want to be too tired when I'm trying to ask these questions and feel rushed. And so I respectfully ask that, we do a time check in 30 minutes, but I really had asked earlier today if we could consider continuing some of this into Wednesday, just because I didn't want to feel rushed with my questions. And I still have, a 45-minute drive home before I
Okay.
get home. And so
Understood.
and so I just want to be, I feel like I'd like to have that consideration. And that's why I asked that question today, because I still have 45 minutes to come back tomorrow. And so I just want to just ask for that consideration. And so, because I feel I have one opportunity to ask my questions and feel comfortable with my decision. And so I'd like to not rush because we want to wrap it up tonight.
Yes,
Respectfully.
I think you make a valid point, and upon further reflection, and also keeping in mind that we were suggesting that if there was new information that you would have additional rebuttal time. It looks like I'm going to suggest that we continue the hearing to Wednesday, May 8th, 6 p.m. We will continue with Q&A and opportunity if there's a need for rebuttal, which means that between now and then we can receive new information. Isn't that right? The attorneys are consulting. Help me out.
Commissioner, the public evidence portion of the hearing is closed.
Did I make that clear earlier?
I believe so. It might be worth a
Thank
quick rundown.
Thank you, colleagues. So just to further clarify, The public comment portion of the hearing is closed. We remain in the Q&A portion. We all have a few more questions. As we indicated earlier, if the applicant feels a need to have some additional time for rebuttal, anything new that came up through this dialogue, through these Q&A, that would be allowed. And then once that is over, we will go into deliberation and making a decision on Wednesday, May 8th, regarding this proposal. So with all of that in mind, and thank you, Commissioner, I think you're absolutely right upon retrospect, and I really should be in my pajamas by now. At 10:04 p.m., we are adjourned, and thank you all for being here.